map out loot, or like it'll ping loot within a circle. So then you just go, I'm gonna search this circle today.
Yeah, I would do better in that. I do better in like guided open world scenarios, with the exception of Elden Ring, but that's because I'm kind of an Elden Ring junkie, and I kind of know the base game pretty well.
I don't know if I'd classify Elden Ring as guided, but also I'm an idiot, so
I really like the lore of FromSoft, so I end up
Mhm.
looking at the in-depth item descriptions, and it kind of tells you where to go.
See, I don't do that, but like that makes sense. Luckily in WoA and like Genshin and stuff, they split up their areas by like titled sections, and it tells you how far you have completed exploring that area. So it makes it feel a little bit more manageable in that way. So they're nice in that regard. The power creep's not great, but that only really matters late game, really. And that's after like 47 hours of content
Fair enough.
without exploration. Full story dialogue is like 20. If you 100% everything, you're looking at like 180 hours of content right now, at least for Genshin. For Withering Waves, like you saw me faff around for a few hours and I got a good bit done, to be honest.
Yeah, I've looked at Genshin, and I'm not a huge fan of the characters or some of the character models, so
It's so fair.
yeah.
Like I said, I have
The
yet to find a
only
character.
there are only two gachas that I have played consistently, and that is Nikki Infinity and Love in Deep Space.
I mean, as someone who's played both of those, it's not like they're not bad ones.
No, they're not bad.
Are you trying to decide what Fui you want to be today, Eri?
No, I was trying to remember where I put everybody's overrides. Because I attached it to a particular one.
I have the Luthien on, so we should be good as far as I'm concerned.
My stuff's all overridden for everybody. It's so funny because I never put it back for Bam, so whenever we play Overwatch, Bam is just Percival.
Well, welcome back to episode 15. Title says episode 15, right? What the? No, it doesn't.
Episode says 13.
No, it says episode 13 on yours, Eri.
I'll fix it.
There we go. Now it's 15.
I'll fix it. It's been a day. It's been a week.
You've had a very big week.
Bigger than most know. Anyways,
in general, you've had a big week, so it's okay.
You little guys are way the fuck over here, and there's no map today. There might be a map next time, depending on if you move and how far you move. At the streamer. Also, where'd my stuff go? Congrats, Bam on first, Dragon on second, and Dylan on third.
Thanks. Thank you for the follow, Banjo.
Yeah.
Thank you. Big weeks all around. Yeah, it has been big weeks all around, I will admit. In varieties of different ways.
Yep. I can agree with that.
Well, who would like to recap first? You know what? Vaiks always goes last. So Vaiks is going to go first this time.
Hey. Is there anything particular you want from this report?
No, just recap everything from the last episode. Or if you would like to expand upon that, you are welcome to.
Okay. I don't have things timestamped time.
That's okay.
And based on the nature of Vaiks' recaps, there may be some things omitted.
Yeah,
I will send you the document so you have it for Acey.
Okay.
Now you understand.
No, I knew and I anticipated.
But yeah, that way you have it for Acey's records for whenever we make it back to Waterstar.
Yeah.
Whenever that happens. Hold on. My music's so loud I can't think. Okay. Okay. I have to go back to my previous notes because technically it was all within one day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, continuing on. What's my voice? What's my character voice?
Very clean and almost antiseptic.
The Exalted provides.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Got it. We have arrived in Orblin 2 days above schedule, thankfully with our clearance given. Hopefully this will not have any dire consequences in terms of trade routes needed, but we'll make do. Luckily, the Viceroy has been very, very kind to us. We spend some time purchasing horses. I find it imperative that the automaton receives a horse appropriate to his size. In the same time, Luthien deems it necessary to find themselves a horse. She is, attached to the largest one. Hopefully this will prove protective and not combative. I have covered expenses for both supplies for the horses, the small one, and the warhorse. It will be added to our It will be added to our what's the word?
Expense
report. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Exalted.
Here lies
Be added to our expense report accordingly.
the good luck.
It takes a not inordinate amount of time for everyone to be situated. We make our way out into the verdant forest and to report in on the head huntsman. I must request a scheduled report with the head clinic in Waterstar. These headaches are becoming increasingly frequent. After some conversation and informing the head huntsman of our current duties and assignments, we have been informed there is a chance the beast listed in detailed report 47B may not be slain. I will make an addendum appropriately if it is required. I have also marked in said report its location of territory and current grounds. Animals have been migrating, if that is the term, liberally that I use, northeast towards the water. Something is driving them away, but we are unsure of the cause. More investigation will be done soon. I have informed the head huntsman that he will be receiving information from the Viceroy in regards to certain tasks. No other information was given or needed. The traveling is expedited due to an unknown shortcut from our traveling party. I will make note of this route if need be. Unfortunately, we have encountered a slight setback. One of our companions The guard Tavrick seems to have been overcome with some ailment of pollen that causes a comatose state. I will be receiving and supplementing a sample of said flower and pollen for report and for analysis. Hopefully, in this time frame, we'll be able to come up with a antitoxin for this effect. It seems to be inconsequential to other wildlife, only affecting humanoids. Luckily, I am moderately unharmed, but I will be sure to give a detailed report of in case Tavrick does not awaken, for whatever reason, and send word to his mother. We have made camp nearby. There appears to be 2 different types of floral breeds of this flower. I'm unsure what the other does, as we were unable to get close to the source in this clearing. But if winds stay safe and outside of our direction, we should all maintain proper schedule. We've encountered little to no wildlife. It seems to track all of reports, with everything migrating. I include an addendum for the dragon that is listed. I've seen no sign of it north on our travel routes, but I will keep an eye out for it as need be. Thank you.
Well, Vaiks, I do believe that one word in that was technically redacted from public knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Find a word. Scour. Find it.
But thank you for your report.
Unfortunate for the players, or fortunate for the party, they haven't seen Vaiks reports yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, the characters don't know, but the players do.
Yay, we're all
yeah.
gonna die.
I will. Okay, so actually, though, to let the party know and the chat know and the audience know, every summary Vaiks makes is a report existing in game.
Mm-hmm.
That information is in game. Technically. End of report.
TikTok.
How can it be of service?
It's your time for recap.
Oh boy! Here we go. Hello! TikTok here at your service. It's time for our lovely recap. Brace yourself, chat. The party is horsing around this time. We arrived at the Temple of Stars, a super secret, totally organized trade hub. Percy got way too excited about the idea of using teleportation for his new business model, and he was grievously shot down when Vaiks smacked him dead cold with the hard truth of fees and paperwork. Ylvanna, meanwhile, was trying not to vomit while Percy ranted about food costs. So, I helpfully suggested soft tacos. She did not appreciate this input. Noted. Elsewhere, Luthien made eye contact with a massive murder horse, bonded with it under 5 seconds, and immediately bought it. Apparently, though, she did this after it tried to kick a stable hand into the next realm. I just learned that word. Inspired, I stood near some ponies and let them swarm me. Clearly, I, TikTok, was highly wanted. I picked a white one and named it CM Unit 002, HH, Horsey Horse. Percival rudely vetoed my perfectly logical name, though, so new names must be acquired. With new friends in tow, we rode toward the Jade Forest, where things took a turn for the strange. Vaiks started having cryptic headaches. We met up with Arathorn, who casually mentioned in conversation about the existence of a horrifying beast, which Percival and I deeply challenged. And then Tavrick, In an incredible display of survival instincts, probably honed from years of military combat training, immediately snorted an entire field of knockout pollen. He collapsed, of course, immediately taking Vaiks down with him. Way to go, Tavrick! That's the way to attack the enemy! Of course, panic ensued. While the others played rescue the unconscious adventurers, I, TikTok, the only responsible one, managed to hold all the horses together. Yes, this includes the murder horse. To assess the situation, I casually removed my own eyeball and tossed it into the air for a better view of the surrounding area. Yikes! Fields of pollen! Fields of bad vibes! Vaiks was horrified. The results of all this experimentation? Bad flowers, bad vibes, strong avoid. We decidedly wisely to listen to TikTok to relocate, and I deployed my very impressive magic dome of safety. Hooray! Now the pollen does not dare to enter our presence. So, while the others argue about realms, monsters, and their life choices, I have reached a groundbreaking conclusion. This realm's greatest achievement is, without a doubt, soft tacos. More to come from our next adventures.
I live for the TikTok fucking recaps.
I'm glad that you and I both made the same agreement of that was precious. And I love TikTok.
Dad checklist.
And I-
Squash naming dreams. Teach child about why magic in towns is bad. Invent the name of a candy. Teach child to make soft tacos. Laugh at Ylvanna as she tries to parent TikTok. Oh my fucking god.
You're welcome.
Hey,
I am now
We-
reading all the messages.
how do you
Rudely
feel about
Rudely vetoed.
How do we feel about
how do you feel about TikTok's ever expanding list of things to be taught and or his own accomplishments?
It's so beautiful. Win custody of child by building the case the mother is an alcoholic.
Where is this? Wait a minute.
In the VC chat.
Oh my fucking god. Dad checklist. Dad checklist.
Oh yeah, no. When recaps are happening, Honor, you have to keep an eye on the VC chat and then like
I note this. I see this now. My goodness. Let's say
Dragon. I've known for some
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I still,
Him-
so TikTok is
Murder
still
horse.
amazed by the way that whenever we come across a substance that only impacts those that inhale it, nobody immediately thinks of the robot that doesn't require breathing. Therefore, left him to handle all the horses.
He's small.
Okay, but how was TikTok gonna move a half orc? I don't understand
Oh.
what.
Oh, don't
You-
worry, I got my ways.
Well, he has levitate.
I don't know that. I don't think I've ever seen him
Yeah,
use it.
no, no character
he's a
knows the
wizard.
spells
Oh.
that he has.
Yep.
He's a wizard. He'll figure out something.
Yep. But they don't know what the
Okay.
child can and can't do. It's really fucking
I love
funny
that. Okay,
regardless.
so
But I
So
can I
for-
handle the horses.
for the audience, comments listed. He's my murder horse.
Well, he is.
All I read was rudely vetoed, so if you would like to read the rest of that, you are welcome to. It is fucking funny.
Dad checklist. Squash naming dreams. Teach child about why magic in towns is bad. Invent the name of a candy. Teach child to make soft tacos. Laugh at Ylvanna as she tries to parent TikTok. Win custody of child by building the case the mother is an alcoholic. Get evidence the mother is violent by calling her an alcoholic.
Mom's not here
Rudely
to defend
vetoed.
herself.
I stopped a child from giving bad name. The job is the father to crush at least one dream. Percival, 2025.
What?
Percival,
He,
Dad of
he's
the
my
year
murder
2025.
horse. Luthien, 2025.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Anyway.
Speaking of Percival,
Yep.
Party arrives in the subfloor of the Temple of Stars in Orblin after teleporting from the Keep of Waterstar. Most of the hustle and bustle is movement of crates filled with goods, trades, and other industries across the realm. Percival is baffled by the ease of which trading his goods could have been had he had access to this magic, but Vaiks mentions that certain vendors can apply for certification to use the circles, and that after the mission, Percy would be allowed to apply if he so chooses. As they walk out of the tunnel, Vaiks asks Percy and Ylvanna about their horses. Player discussion and faffing about happens with the gender versus sexuality of said horses, as the rest of the party talks about some supply gathering and purchases for extra horses. Vaiks begrudgingly agrees to let Mindu free while they walk through this empty tunnel, removing the slobber-soaked chewed glove that used to belong to Tavrick, and emerging from the underground in the marketplace, almost right next to where Percy sets up shop, again to his displeasure. Percival parks the carriage and hops out to go with Vaiks, TikTok, and Luthien to purchase new horses. Meanwhile, Tavrick checks in on Ylvanna, who is recovering from the teleport and the effects of this morning. He also starts questioning Mindu, asking why he's accompanying the party, and the response is that we just still had questions, and Mindu basically ain't got nothing better to do but to join. Percy and the two robots are sitting by the side of the stable, letting the little man pick out a pony for him to procure, as he holds out a handful of feed to attract all of the ponies next to him. Percival and Vaiks have to explain that he can't have all of them and must choose. DM whispers happen over the pony. An all-white pony with black hooves stood across from the rest. As they approach TikTok, Percival goes to purchase the pony while Vaiks asks what TikTok will name them. After Luthien goes for a short shopping trip, while Percival teaches TikTok how to ride a horse and control it, Mindu gives at least a two-tone whistle, causing the pony to kneel, and TikTok tries to imitate it, yet fails because robot. Vaiks then says that when he is older, he can cast magic to copy the sound. However, TikTok reminds them that he does not age, even though Vaiks now knows he's not a human child. Percival is very intrigued about this interesting phenomenon that happens around this robot, asking how and when the shift happened, because he's always seen TikTok as a robot ever since they met. Getting no answer as they start to head out. After a while of travel, they arrive at the cabin. All of the ladies plus TikTok go inside to talk with Arathorn. Vaiks immediately gets hit with the bad vibes and voodoo. A memory shows of Arathorn chastising all of the elves and causing a ruckus at the edge of the woods. Arathorn asks why they have returned so soon and checks out a struggling to remain composed Vaiks. He questions the size and relations to the current party, but Vaiks is quick to say that Tavrick, Percival, and the cat, said with disdain, are accompanying them on the quest. Some interactions happen as Arathorn gives them the skinny on what's going on with the animals and the corruption, and showing them a map of what he knows, showing a shot that seems to be the core of what everything is avoiding, and also a place that he lost a huntsman. He then points north to the mountains, as that seems to be where everything is heading, in his own words, almost like the Jasper is calling to them. Phase over to the outside party as Percival takes supplies from the caravan and stocks them onto his bag of holding and Folger, while Tavrick trains TikTok's horse and teaches TikTok the hand gesture. Before the elves leave, Vaiks informs Arathorn that he will be needed elsewhere by the Vicroy, and then they return to the party and head out into the woods, Mindu riding on Luthien's warhorse. Tavrick pulls ahead with Vaiks in tow and starts a conversation, ending with him giving them a compliment. Percival, on the other hand, rides closer to Luthien and Mindu to talk more about the realms and continent idea, learning that he himself was born in a different realm from this one. Percy calls him an interesting one, not fully subscribing to the idea that he's from another realm with no memory of it, and Mindu responds by saying everyone is interesting, everyone has their own story and book to read, questioning how Percy will write his own. TikTok, who is overhearing this conversation and learning that realms have all different kinds of things that make them unique, prompting the question, do they have soft tacos? Mindu is unsure, and TikTok assumes that this is our realm's claim to fame. Suddenly, a peculiar smell wafts over the party as Tavrick starts to sway. Ahead of the party is a full clearing filled with the comatose flowers, as trouble freaks out, knocking both Tavrick and Vaiks off the horse, with Tavrick landing on top of the small changeling. Mindu and Percy goes to move Tavrick off of Vaiks, while Luthien pulls them out of the way from the clearing. They remove his armor and place it into a bag, holding and strap him onto his horse. Mindu requests Percy make some tea to help with Vaiks. As he does so, once they are finished, he offers the tea with the health potion to have her drink. TikTok rips out his eye out of his fucking head and scouts ahead. With the sun setting and any clearing in the path ahead being not worth the time of the travel, the party backtracks slightly to set up camp, and that's where we ended session, because I only did that very shortly.
Thank you.
I'm not funny like the other two before this.
It's okay.
I just get all I need.
That was funny.
You're unique. Would be a better position
What?
to say.
What was that TikTok? You were you went a little fuzzy there.
You were
I
too
was
robot.
I was funny.
Always. Every time.
Tock is always funny. I think that's just
But-
innate in your way
That's
of
your
doing things.
programming.
It's part of the charm, man.
Dude,
Although I will
Part of
admit,
the TikTok charm.
I will admit this specific recap seemed a little charged in how you were saying it.
He's learning
He's-
sass from Mindu.
He is learning sass.
He's learning sarcasm, not sarcasm, from Vaiks.
It's no. It's all of them collectively. Everyone has a bit of a funny haha charm, and sass is so abundant among every person
Well, I mean-
traveling.
Look at your fucking players.
I know.
You guys are all
Uh,
impacting and growing TikTok.
Speaking of looking at my players, I believe it is time for Luthien to share her emotional and psychic damage.
Yes. Second day of Bloatin. Part 2. We arrived at the transportation hub in Waterstar. It's odd to actually see the circles at work. I've seen documentation of them, and I know how this is supposed to work, but it's still amazing to see magic done on this scale to transport things from one place to another. Regardless, we get out of the tunnel, and Percy and the others seem to bicker a bit while I try and help our new friend Mindu out of the bonds. Tavrick got his glove all chewed, but then again, that is expected for Tavrick, given his actions. You know, I should probably get a horse. I don't necessarily want to ride with another person all the time, and if we have more horses, there is a smaller likelihood of having to do that. So I go over to the fence and I meet this big, gorgeous horse who has a bit of an attitude and doesn't seem to like other people. You know, we might be the same in that way, my friend. Regardless, I am purchasing the horse. He is mine now. I love him. He is my handsome boy. I will take good care of him and give him all the treats. And yes, I still need to figure out a name for him. I go about my way, grabbing some other supplies. It seems like from our last encounter with the Dryads, a bow would be good to have on hand. Luckily, I know how to use one, so I shall pick that up along with a couple of other items. We then head to Ylvanna's house, not taking the shortcut, as she seems to not want to let Vaiks know about that shortcut. And we go to her cabin where Aerithorn is. We have a pretty good talk with Aerithorn, but Vaiks looks sick again. Is something wrong with her? Regardless, we have a mission and information that we need to get, so I will get everything that I can from Aerithorn and mark it all down and write it all down and make sure that my reports are as accurate as I can make them, given our circumstances. We then head out where the boys have gotten the caravan and everything arranged, though Percival's eyes look oddly red and watery. I am sure that he is crying over the fact that he is unable to bring his home with us, but it is safer here, and I wouldn't want it to be harmed while we're on this mission. We head out into the Jade Forest, which is familiar and feels better now that the corruption is gone and, well, we're not here at night. We continue deeper and get into the verdant forest, where it seems like Tavrick wants to say something to Vaiks without the others hearing. He's been keeping a lot of secrets recently, or it seems like it. Has something happened with him? We'll discuss that later. I'm going to talk with Mindu and Percy about these realms and continents. Is it possible that we might be able to leave? To escape to another place where information isn't withheld? Where people won't be killed for speaking out against the ruling party? or for wanting color in their houses or on their person. That sounds like an absolute dream. I push these feelings aside as Tavrick decides to apparently take in a face full of Solsum Blossom Variant 1 pollen and goes into the comatose state that was explained in my report. He also falls on top of Vaiks. I don't like that. I need to get Vaiks out of there. So I go and I pull Vaiks out from under Tavrick while Percy and Mindu lift up Tavrick and get him to safety. Vaiks looks like she's taken a lot of damage. She's not doing well. If she is who I think she is, I can't lose her again. I won't lose her again. TikTok apparently decides to yank his eyeball out of his face, which is a little bit disconcerting, but he's also a robot, so not as disconcerting, but still, would this be considered body horror or self-mutilation? This eyeball apparently scouts ahead for us, and we find a safe place to camp, where TikTok sets up, as he calls it, TikTok's little hut, or tiny hut. And here we are for the night. Hopefully, nothing bad happens. And that is the end of my recap. And yes, at some point, I will write up all of these journal entries and put them in Foundry.
Yeah.
At some point.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Uh-huh.
So we resume as you guys have set up camp. Not necessarily to go to sleep yet. You have time to process in the safety of the space. TikTok, describe TikTok's tiny hut for me.
I got drink caught in my throat, so I was in a cough fit.
Oh, good.
So what he does is he places his palm on the ground, and a translucent bubble just comes like spreading out from his palm, and he slowly rises it up, and a physic characteristic wise, a wavy bubble appears. And for a moment you can see a reflection, and then it just turns invisible and you can see past through it. And as he gestures everybody in, they walk through. On the inside is a pure white space.
So it's a white void.
Yeah, it's like a pure white void on the inside. Ah! And like as he says that, an echo is like, "Hello, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to my safety zone. Please remember to take off your shoes. Have a seat. You should be safe in here." And as after everybody passes through, they can see on the outside now the horses, all tied up to the trees and everything.
You call
So,
this
what do you think?
a safety zone? This looks like a little pocket dimension to me.
Is that not what a safety zone can be?
Yeah, it can be.
I thought you were just going to do a really impressive shield spell. I won't really lie.
No, that could be still detected. We are safe inside this zone.
Well, this is a useful little trick you have, TikTok. Good job.
I have been able to do this the whole time. But I see that the party enjoys their actual campfires. Therefore, I have restrained myself from using this spell.
Well, are there other things that you've always been able to do, TikTok? I'm afraid we don't know much about you.
I have the capabilities of speaking in 9,001 languages.
Jim.
Haha, that is all sarcasm.
I see.
I have capabilities of assisting and providing extreme household comfort.
In what particular way? Spectrum presence.
I will. Let me pull up my character sheet so I can.
Vaiks, how does walking into a completely white void make you feel?
It is extremely just a white void.
But it's see-through. You can see outside of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like
Weird.
now, like everybody's in, you can see outside of it.
Okay.
But at first, it's just a white void.
I think she touched the wall. Wall, I say in quotations, because she doesn't know it's not a wall, but where the white void once was.
It ripples.
I believe
It
it
looks
is
like a bubble.
a situation where you can go out but not come in unless you are allowed.
That is correct. Therefore, no living or inorganic organisms that has not been permitted by yours truly, TikTok, cannot pass through or leave this safety zone.
Relieve. Okay.
You all have been granted permission. You have the security clearance to access both the inside and out of the safety zone.
Thank you for granting us clearance, TikTok.
Of course. We're
Do you have a
friends.
range
Yes,
limit
we are.
for this?
How big is the space according to your spell?
It is a 10-foot radius.
It is.
No.
It is a 3x3 square. Like three people by 3 people can fit 9 people max. It is cozy.
Are you talking about like how far away I could cast it?
How far away is like the distance of the spell?
Unfortunately, I have to be in the immediate center focal point of the spell.
Hmm.
Therefore, it is as far as I am.
I
Well, that is
see.
very
Why
good
do
to
you
know.
ask? Why do you ask, Percival?
In case there is an opportunity. It's a pretty spacious area right now. And if you need security clearance to get in and out, you could keep something in here. And then we can all just run away. Unless TikTok needs to remain inside the space to keep it up.
In which case, we
Well-
could remain inside while something remains outside, and if possible, still cast spells and use projectile weapons against the thing outside.
But if any
I
of us run out of any of that, we could be remained trapped inside this bubble.
don't think
Until
that
it
the spell
breaks.
works the way that you are thinking it does. As I believe the harm would remain stuck inside of this space and not allowed to exit.
Mm-hmm.
Does not seem like anything is preventing us from leaving.
Yeah, well, that's magic for you.
Of course, you are allowed to leave.
But if you didn't want us to leave,
I would not. I do not have the abilities to say you cannot leave. If you have permission to enter, you have permission to leave.
I understand. It cannot be used as a trap.
Wow, I never thought of it as a trap. No, this cannot be used as a trap.
Well,
Hmm.
that's good.
That is a creative idea, though, for the application of the safety zone.
Indeed. Sometimes
Noted.
with magic, you have to think outside of the box.
But this
Or
is
the
a
bubble.
safety zone, not a box.
This is a bubble.
What I mean is sometimes you have to be creative with the way that you use things. Spells are just tools, and sometimes tools can be used for multiple purposes. A hammer can hammer in a nail, and it can also loosen up a bolt that's stuck a little bit too hard on a wagon wheel. It's all about how you use it.
Versatility, one of magic's many, many bonuses.
Indeed.
I understand. Just as you have said that tools can be used, I, TikTok, am a tool from the creator, can be used, and therefore is versatile.
Who is your creator, little man?
Data not found.
Yeah, see?
We've tried asking. He can't tell us.
I unfortunately have corrupted memory files and therefore cannot access those parts of the memory logs.
Are there
Do
any
you have a
memory
soul?
files?
I'm sorry, there was 2 questions being asked all at once.
I think,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think the question regarding a soul is a little more interesting at this moment. Do you know?
Classification.
If-
Soul. Do I possess a soul? What is a soul?
Vaiks would actually look at Mindu on this one, like begrudgingly. Like that's a big question. Because to her, it's a physical object, but
And he would understand this. A soul is an immaterial part of the body. It is something that is believed to give life to the body, and in many faiths and worlds, believed to live forever. So it is a part of you that would surpass the physical capabilities of your form. In this instance, I believe we are curious if you know if you have a soul. But with the level of humor that surpasses simple programming, I do believe that you possess a soul, as far as everything I have known. This is a question only certain skilled individuals would recognize, but if the Vaiks or I were to kill you right now, do you believe that your immaterial parts would create a coin like what a blade can forge? Have you ever considered this?
This is a experiment that is possibly worth noting. Perhaps we
No.
should kill me to make a coin.
No.
I am willing
no.
to
Wise.
leave this as a mystery.
I think more so.
He does not know.
Well,
I was
I
not
don't-
personally handed a soul. Were you personally handed a soul?
You're not handed a soul. You would have it before you even spark to life, so to speak.
How would one classify if you have a possession of a soul or not? One can say, I have a soul. But one could be deceiving or uninformed that they do not have a soul. Categorizing and classification of soul-like objects seems to be illogical and unfathomable. I am TikTok.
I don't hear anything from you.
Perhaps if he has a soul, it
So I need to speak louder.
if perhaps
No.
perhaps if he has a soul, it is encompassed by the machinations that create what he is. You are capable of seeing that he is machine on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
In some instances, it is similar to a Warforge, where certain magic can summon a soul into the creature that is a Warforge. And in some instances, it cannot, but that does not mean that you will hear it with the skills that you have. Does that make sense?
It seems unusual. He has sentience.
And emotion. And a semblance of a moral compass.
But those are also things that can be learned by others. What if he's simply watching and learning much like a child does? Would it not be possible for a machine like him to be able to learn like we do, but not have a soul?
At
Have that
hearing
intelligence be artificial?
at hearing your theory, Mindu crosses his arms and not quite kneels, more like squats with some really, really good balance. Like just looking at TikTok for a moment and actually looking at Vaiks after a long moment. Says, I know that you cannot hear him, and I cannot hear him. But I believe there is more to this creature than either of us could perceive. With the little knowledge he has.
I just look up at Percival. Then just, do I need to speak louder?
No,
It is-
They're
TikTok,
talking
you do
about
not.
something different.
Do you two want to do insight checks on how Mindu and Vaiks are referring to this hearing TikTok?
Yeah, I wanted to
Yes,
do an
let me
insight
grab
check the
my
moment
dice.
Minju specified a coin as an option because
Yeah,
Percy doesn't know that about Vaiks.
as they know, they don't. The only one that really does is Tavrick, actually.
Yeah.
Who is currently comatose over there on the floor?
Yeah,
Well, Mindu doesn't know that they don't know.
yeah, it's so funny.
You said insight?
Yeah.
17.
21.
She said 2, but am I one of the 2?
Yeah, would you like to
I guess,
also insight it?
Yeah.
Bam, will you also poke our wife and see how she's doing?
So
20.
she said that because Session is talky and she's still on the phone with Mama Nat, she might not make it at all just because of everything that is chaotic.
Okay.
That she might just not be in the headspace for Ylvanna and D&D as a whole, especially if it's just talky where there's not a lot of analytical action.
Okay, she didn't say that to me.
She said that she was going to, but there could have been a possible emergency when she said that she was going to message the group chat, but
And then
I
she
know that
didn't.
she was still on the phone. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure because there was no clarification. I still had a little bit of an expectation, but that's okay. We adjust. Okay. So a 17, a 21, and what did you get, TikTok?
I got 20.
20.
Of course.
Vaiks, I need not Vaiks, Luthien, I need a history check from you as well,
As you wish.
little Miss Lorekeeper, while I am piecing this together.
How does a 25 sound?
Moderate enough. Well, this is very classified information, so the DC on these checks is actually very high.
See. Classified.
Oh,
Is it high enough?
question.
Yes.
Would Luthien have been old enough to know their parents? Not Luthien's parents.
No.
Okay. I didn't think so, but just want to
From
be sure.
what I recall with the history, Luthien has known Vaiks since she was pretty much a baby. At the
Vaiks'
very least,
parents
toddler age.
would have been around before you would have memory.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was wondering. Because Vaiks isn't an elf. So they age different.
Yep. But Luthien is a very,
Luthien is
very
an elf.
young elf. A very young elf.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Which makes a big difference. Okay. So.
Okay.
17. Unfortunately, you have no fucking clue. You could
Sounds about
make...
right.
You could make... an intelligence check with a I need a combined intelligence and perception. And then you'll reroll insight after that. If Percy's mind you think would actually latch onto this new information and try to gauge what context there is around him. So I will give you that if you want to do intelligence, perception, in either order. It doesn't matter which first. And then insight following both of those. Okay?
A straight roll for intelligence, or do I add my modifier?
Roll a d20 plus your base intelligence modifier.
Okay. So that's a 21 for intelligence. And the other one was
Perception.
perception.
Mhm.
Which is a 16, and then another... And then a 15 investigation. So
Vaiks, where are your coins, by the way?
Currently, she has a pouch for them, specifically.
And with everyone being technically within 10 feet of each other.
The air is heavy. But you don't get any
No, like,
nothing bad
whispers.
happens.
Just like, heavy.
You gotta hold it, yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
But the air would be heavy.
Okay. And what is Vaiks doing at this time? Because I already explained Mindu is basically squatting and pondering things.
I imagine at this point in time, she's nursing this tea from Percival, having already drank the health potion. And is, like, hearing at TikTok and, like, tilting her head as if trying to hear something better and just not getting anything. Based off of, like, overall insights, she seems to be trying to, like, figure out what he has, like, sentience, he has personality, he has... So, like, what is missing if not a soul? You know? Like, what's missing that would require a soul to be there? Because animals have souls. Right? So even if not made with one, what is the requirement to acquire one if it has not been reached yet? We're having a sleepy existential crisis is what's happening here.
Yeah.
Yep. So between the combination of checks that we have here, I will describe for the three of you, since you are the most attentive and actually trying to understand what is being said between these two people who have been at odds since the moment you've seen them introduced.
Mm-hmm.
They have gone from at odds to, in this moment, despite the begrudging attitude, there is an understanding and a communication that you three do not have with them. But Luthien, with that 25 in history and that 21 in insight, you can't quite gauge what these two are, but you can gauge, technically on an intellectual level, all three of you can gauge that these two are able to take a soul when it is killed and turn it into something physical. Even if you don't understand what it is or how. And in this moment, are questioning if they can do that with TikTok. But unfortunately, because of how classified the information is in your current society, you would have to inquire with the two further if you want to find any more information on what they are talking about. But they apparently share a skill set in this regard. And perhaps that's the whole reason they've been at odds to begin with. The fact that they can hear things that you guys can't. The fact that they can identify and be attuned with a soul.
The only thing they got from each other is you reek of death, as do you. Touche.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember their first interaction.
Yeah.
Yep. But, Percy, I need to borrow you for a moment.
I
I'm
also
so glad
sent
my
you
question gets
a
answered.
message. So just let me know. In my whispers.
Oh.
So, at being in such close proximity with this heavy feeling, yes, this does feel familiar. This is a semblance of... It almost feels like the air when the corruption was around, but it doesn't have that necrotic aspect to it.
Mhm.
But if you would like to give me another insight check, I can give you better information on that. Or you could make a religion check instead if you would like.
Oh, religion would be so much nicer because I have plus 10 to that. 25.
This is the air of death and the afterlife that surrounds both Mendu and Vaiks. And it feels similar to the air on the islands that you saw in your dreams because you have technically made a pact with the goddess of death.
Yeah.
Which is why it is
Can-
familiar. So it has a similar aura to her, and when you were within her vicinity in the forest, and when you were within her vicinity on the island in your dream.
Similar, but not exact.
Similar, but not exact. This
Same
feels a lot more mundane. It's more of the magical aspect of it rather than the pure divine energy of it. So it's almost watered down compared to it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Can I do a roll intelligence, insight, history? If these two people, since he's met, have ever had a moment like when they first interaction of Eureka-like death, specifically to Percival?
You
Knowing that they
can, but
have-
they haven't realistically.
Well, knowing that they have like clocked each other, but he should by exposure, well, when you would be, I guess, yeah, by divine exposure, wreak the worst out of all of them. I'm essentially wanting to do like a smell test to see if he can sense it on his own being, or if it's just very underlined that it's almost unnoticeable.
It's too new.
Okay.
It's so new that I can tell you the two that you are with haven't gauged it, but Vaiks knows something because regardless of I'm not even going to give you a history check on this, but if you recall when Acey was intrigued at the ball, with your hands in particular.
Right.
It's a thing where someone has to be so fine-tuned, so finely tuned to the undertones, not just the overarching aura. So the better question is, why does he display interest in this and tread carefully, and these two, who smell death on each other, act like they know nothing?
Okay.
That we can reload into the TikTok OS if he dies.
Yeah, like, do we have a little flash drive of extra up to backup TikTok? Like, how would that work? Like, we don't have a cleric, but like,
There's
if we did,
only one way to find out. But anyways,
TikTok.
I come back as a gun with legs.
oh my fucking god.
Or claptrap.
Luthien has a distress beacon.
Do I need to make a wisdom save for distress?
Luthien has a exclamation point.
Yes, you do need to make a wisdom save for distress. And no, you do not, because of someone else interfering in your ability to perceive everything that was happening at the time. Certain things were, in fact, shielded from your view. The execution itself was not.
I got a 9.
I'll be your worst nightmare.
Well, bye, Luthien.
Okay, so what was our trigger in particular?
For Luthien?
Yeah.
Well, she's hearing the person who is wearing the face of the person who, I don't know, executed her parents, talking about killing TikTok and turning souls into coins, and the first thing that she can think of is watching her parents get executed by that very same person, and now is having the existential crisis of if they're able to turn souls into coins, are my parents' coins.
You rolled a
And having
9?
to relive those with a 9?
You rolled a 9?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I rolled a 6. My wisdom modifier is a +3.
Doesn't change the fact that you rolled a 9 and are taking 16
Yeah.
points of psychic damage.
Fuck.
Well then.
Oh,
God,
how
am
the
I glad I
tables have
don't take psychic
turned.
damage for anything.
Oh, how the turns have tabled.
And the rest of the party will suddenly be very distracted from this conversation as Luthien begins hyperventilating out of nowhere. In
Quick!
Luthien?
Someone get them back!
pure distress.
Percival's gonna stay at least a foot away in case they lash out, but extend his hand and try and gently take Luthien's to try and a soft squeeze. Luthien, are you okay?
And Luthien lets out a shaky breath and kind of she kind of hugs herself, so like, you know, when you cross your arms in front of you and, you know, just kind of like hold on to your side, she's kind of doing that, and just I think I might need some air. I'll be fine. And she gives you a very half-hearted smile, but it doesn't reach her eyes, and she'll head for she would head towards where they entered, and just she's kind of shut down right now.
And Mindy will utter quietly to Vaiks, "Do you want to guard that, or would you like me to go so that you do not have to worry about upsetting her?"
Vaiks will take in a deep breath, close her eyes. Go.
And he nods and stands and steps out behind her. Leaving TikTok, Vaiks, and Percival in the space. While Ylvanna hangs out by the horses with an unconscious Percival, or an unconscious Tavrick. Percy, you're unconscious now. You're trading places with Tavrick. I'm so
I'm here
sorry.
twice.
Sorry, Sam, you're now Tavrick.
Good night, sir.
Yep.
Anyways, and then
Hongshu.
So, Percy, this is your opportunity to speak with TikTok and Vaiks on your own. And Vaiks, I actually have a question for you.
Oh.
If you would like to make well, it's more like regarding your whispers, whether it's in this case, wisdom saving throw or a perception check because of what I'm trying to get you to see. But I will actually leave the choice to you.
So, could we do insight?
Absolutely.
Because that's what I just said earlier when he walked away. I was like, that's the reason why Vaiks has such a high insight, is she can hear souls.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're okay with insight, I'll run with that.
You may do insight.
Huzzah!
And you are
I
doing
don't know
insight.
what I'm rolling for.
You're doing insight on Percival.
Oh.
Percy, Dad.
Yeah, because I'm trying to listen for stuff, but like I can't control something else is loud.
Yeah, but if two things that are very loud have stepped out, and it's one voice and one silent, it's a whole lot easier to hear.
Still nothing from TikTok, huh? It's
That
not
requires a
great rule.
conversation between me and Lefty, actually.
Well, like it's like he's like metal,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So like I imagine
He is heavily fortified metal.
if there is a soul
Electrical
in that
current.
thing, I don't think Vaiks could hear it.
No. That's
Top of my head. Hollow.
that's why the creature that said it might be buried within. Sometimes you can hear it, sometimes you can't. Said what he said. He happens to know some things. Clearly.
That is a 21, 11 plus 10.
Ooh.
It would have been the same with perception.
There is an undertone of that exact same heavy aura that comes from you and your coins. A very light undertone coming from Percy. That seems more pure than what you carry. And in this instance, you would also be able to notice there are certain ties with death. Not like yours, but noticeable.
Vaiks doesn't hear the source of this, just that it's in Percival's direction, right?
Mm-hmm.
She will have a look of confusion after what? Well, okay. She'll watch Mindu as he walks out of this dome and towards Luthien, like off into the dim evening.
Mm-hmm.
And as they exit her range, she doesn't have dark vision. She will draw her attention to Tock and Percival. Ears still like peaked to try and like drown out the noise. To hear anything from TikTok. She does not believe that something with sentience can't have a soul.
Mm-hmm.
I do like a cute little wave.
And then she looks at Percival. And it's confusion. Like light, like not like a heavy look of confusion. Her brow's not heavily furrowed or anything like that. It's just like, She will. They're all sitting on the floor, essentially, right? The ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She will crawl over and press her ear against Percival's chest.
Can I help you?
Shh.
Okay.
You hear his heart beating. But for the whispers that you hear, it is normal. There's the normal mundane side of things. But it's so subtle, so soft. And it's dark. As if there's just a touch of shadow and a touch of death underneath all of it. Just a little bit.
She'll lean back. Have you killed anyone before?
No. That's a
Have
jump.
you died?
As far as I'm aware, no. Are you okay? Are the flowers still woozy? Is this a side effect?
This could be a side effect. Vaiks has been staring at us intently and saying that they cannot hear me. It might be a side effect.
What was
in and out?
Vaiks? What was your perception check again?
21.
Okay,
It was insight.
insight. Well, that was the insight. There.
Oh, general perception is just 25.
Okay. And with the insight, I will also include a little bit of, if you recall at the ball, because you are always attentive when it comes to protecting the Viceroy. He showed a very particular interest in the hands, which are not gloved right now. So you see the shadow. You see the what looks like ink bleeding up his fingers. And Percy, is your tail wrapped around your waist like it usually is, or is it sort of just flicking around?
If he's sitting on the ground making a fire, it would be compacted. It's around his waist, yes.
That ink and shadow is abnormal for a normal tiefling. And a stark contrast to the cerulean of his skin. And because of your ties, and because of the whisper, it sort of draws your attention the longer you think about it and muse on it and try to listen.
Yeah, she would lean back slightly and then take his hand. I think I know why the Viceroy sent you here.
I know Tavrick's sleeping, but this is like really weird.
She is
do you...
actively inspecting the ink on his hands.
It's not
Okay,
ink.
this is...
The ink. I say in quotations.
I know,
the
I'm
ink.
just saying, when she's looking at it, she's intelligent enough to know that it is not ink.
What epiphany made you realize my purpose on this mission? I'm kind of still trying to make food here.
I think you're tied to the creatures here.
Yep. Percival's body noticeably goes a little stiff. I'm not entirely sure what you are implying, Vaiks.
She has not let go of his hand at all, by the way. She seems contemplative when she's trying to find the words. You have an odd sound.
As in me, or as in the soul that you apparently can hear?
Technically both. Well, I don't agree with Mindu's theories. You are peculiar.
Thank you.
And you're certain you haven't died.
As far as I am aware, I have no recollection of my death.
Well, I'm sure you would remember. It's a hard thing to forget.
And you have?
Oh. No.
Such.
Never
mind.
I have experience with things of that nature. You can tell she's like struggling to like say it as nicely as possible. She's like skirting
Vaiks,
really hard around the fact of I kill people.
Is Vaiks noticeably like squinting or something?
Or fidgeting.
Yeah.
Okay.
What'd
Like,
you
as she's, like,
what'd
trying
you
to
roll on that
explain it,
insight,
she's-
buddy?
A 7, so it doesn't even fucking worth it.
I mean, it might be worth something.
Yeah, she's actively like you can tell she's like trying her hardest to be tactful for once.
Percival, if you need a moment alone with Vaiks here, I can take over the meal preparations.
Yeah, I'm good.
Are you sure? She seems
I'm
to
positive.
be intent on your hand.
TikTok, it's nighttime. You remember our conversation about being in nighttime in the woods? This is kind of the buddy
Correction.
system's got to
We
go on
are-
right now.
Correction, we are not in the woods. We are in TikTok safety zone.
Vaiks will visibly go, oh, and let go of his hand very quickly.
Thank you. When they let go, I will look at TikTok. If I were to produce a light or a fire, would that... Can you stop that from being shown from the outside?
It will not be shown from the outside.
But you can let out smoke and such if the fire goes out of... Okay. And I'm gonna cast some dancing lights into the bubble. As the little blobs of floating lights seep out of his arm. And then we'll continue making the cooking pot and fire. You seemed to have a struggle seeing most of my travel partners don't usually have that particular issue.
Oh, thank you. That is true.
So what has you so interested in the robot and the possibility of a soul?
Well, you mentioned struggling to find out his creator. You can ask souls questions, and regardless of what their restrictions were in life, they'll be as honest as possible.
In death. So there's no way to ask a soul that's housed in a living thing a question.
Well, I mean, you can, and there's a trick to it, but generally, no. Hearts are deceitful.
Speaking of this robot, I just have one more question for you. When you saw him at the ball, was he human to you?
Yes.
Of
Yes, he
course,
was.
wait.
When did that stop?
Upon
Was
inspection.
it... But from a distance, he looked fleshy, human, normal.
He looked like a roughly 12-year-old boy with blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale skin. Humanoid. Human, specifically.
Interesting.
I cannot conclude if anyone else sees him in that way, but that is what I saw. I only saw otherwise when I visited your home. Well, your home away from home.
Right.
It
I
is
figured as much.
it is hard to keep an illusion when they're just like searching for the word.
Malfunctioning.
Well, he looked ill.
Hmm.
He looked dead, actually. I will not be putting out in the report.
You can omit things from your report?
Of course.
I didn't think that you... Forgive me, I didn't really think that you would want to do that for anything.
I mean, it is unnecessary information.
I suppose. Interesting, but unnecessary.
I'll remember. I was not dictated to report on everything.
What exactly were you dictated to report on? And don't just say the animal movement thing.
Well, insight.
I was actually going to have him do persuasion with the fact that you were a little,
She's doing insight on Percival.
Ooh. Yeah, I was gonna have him do a little persuasion because of,
Yeah.
the whispers.
I'm okay with the persuasion insight combo wombo combo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I rolled my, I suppose, persuasion.
Okay, I have a 26 for insight.
Hey, I have a 26 persuasion.
Oh, what a combo. What are you trying to insight?
If he is a risk to Luthien.
Ooh.
No. Not in the regards that... No, Percival is not a risk to Luthien. In fact, he has been nothing but helpful and perceptive and actually relatively obedient. And as far as you are aware, entirely law-abiding as a citizen of the realm.
He was a little too gung-ho on Mindu's talk, but it's fine.
Yeah. That's just because it's new information.
He is a scholar.
And you are fully aware. I know, but you are fully aware that he absorbs knowledge, and that is why the Viceroy invited him to the library.
She is also aware that the fault of that does not lie with Luthien or Percival.
Mhm.
That is purely upon Mindu for introducing such a concept.
Think it's
So.
children.
But
Mhm.
she'd seem to be considering something. And settle upon honesty. I was not given any restrictions on informing you of my job. So, I am to report on your activities.
Me specifically, or the entirety of the group?
All of you.
Okay.
However, anything illegal, I am not to do anything of. It does not give you free rein.
I figured as much. Not like I would use it. Yes.
Hopefully that reassures you. But yes, the Viceroy has requested your observation.
As a test, or as just general spectating?
As far as I am aware, just a general. I believe this may be your test.
Been a lot of testing.
You
Okay.
haven't even gotten to your destination yet. The
And
test
you've
hasn't
only
even
just
started.
joined our group.
I know much of all of you, but that's only because it's my job.
Okay. Thank you for your perceived honesty. I just wish to make sure that me and my... specifically, Ylvanna and especially TikTok are taken care of and safe.
I have no reason to harm you. Nor want.
That second one is more comforting. As he continues to make food. Which, yes, are soft tacos because Mindu doesn't know what it is, and even Percival's kind of interested to see if it's their universe's claim to fame.
TikTok. What
Is this?
TikTok, you're also
Yeah.
welcome to interject.
I was
Oh,
not
man.
once. Just I tried interjecting when I said the deaf comment, but
What death comment?
I didn't hear one.
that
You did.
when Vaiks was saying like they have experience with deaf.
We didn't hear anything from you after that, so it must not have come
Yeah,
through.
you didn't come in.
Oh, I thought I was being ignored, and I
no.
didn't want to interrupt the big
No, we didn't hear any
What was
TikTok
it?
interactions
What was it?
or at all.
No, we go past.
No, what was it? What was it?
TikTok is assisting with soft tacos.
Oh my god. I love him so much. That's not what he was going to say, but clearly.
No,
What
I was.
is-
It was yeah. Yeah. It's in the past. It's in the past. We move forward.
Vaiks is asking, what is this? Is that what I'm gathering?
Mm-hmm.
This is this realm's greatest achievement, accomplishment. It is a fine piece of delicacy.
What?
Do you not know what a soft taco is?
No.
Is this just a thing that I've made? I'm so confused on how people don't This is like easy travel food.
I do not travel often.
Not even for your work? Or are you just a
No.
guard?
Well, the Viceroy has no need to travel often.
All right. Okay. If you do not know what a soft taco is, Vaiks, I will give you a rundown. A soft taco is a type of taco that uses a pliable, soft tortilla rather than a hard, crunchy shell. It is a staple amongst the realm cuisine, offering a versatile and customizable meal option on the road. A breakdown of its key components, variations, and significance as follows. It consists of 3 main parts: the tortilla, the filling, and the toppings. Typically made of corn or flour. It is more tradition to use corn tortillas. Flour is an alternative substitute. The filling can be a variety of different meats and vegetables. You could also put breakfast food items in it. The significance of the realm, it's amazing! I have not had a pleasure of eating one, but it is quite exquisite.
I have to remember to make sure you don't hide any this time. Because that last one...
That was a memento. My very first soft taco. Apparently, it has the capabilities of changing its form and flavor over time.
And no, it's just dying. It's dying.
It is a living organism that dies. Therefore, it has a soul.
We had to talk about souls today when I made the dying analogy. No.
It is rotting.
Not.
TikTok. It is rotting.
Rotting, decomposing. Living organisms that have perished and is decomposing.
Yes. And plant life may
Exactly.
decompose as well.
Do plants have souls?
Yes. None I can harvest.
Harvest! Percival,
She
dealing with
it looked like for a second like she made a mistake.
Percival, did
Harvest
you hear
is a
what I
choice
heard?
of word there.
They want to harvest TikTok's non-existent soul.
I do not. I only wonder if you have one. You speak and you think and you joke. So if you don't have a soul, but animals, horses, dogs can have souls, why wouldn't you?
Do horses, plants, animals express humor, have unique personality traits, and is sentient?
According to Mindu, yes. Because he
Mostly.
can allegedly speak with them.
Mostly. Plant life is
But you
different.
cannot harvest their souls.
Right.
TikTok is a plant.
Hmm. Well,
We don't know what he runs on.
Before
You
you
could
make
have
the
a
analogy, I am not photosynthesis.
So you don't photosynthesize. What fuels you?
I love how this
you
conversation
have a
is.
sleep cycle.
Not gonna lie, I love how this conversation's happening while Luthien and Mindu are outside. One of whom also wanted to theorize and ask TikTok these questions. So at this
What I
point-
really love is that Percy and Vaiks are kind of on like the exact same level of and interesting at the moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you guys
very
mull
similar.
over that and interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna let TikTok,
That kind
think
of
up his answers to that while I use the bathroom and then come back to Luthien.
Sounds good. I
Luthien
need to
and
feed my
Indeed.
cats.
So we will be right back.
Awesome.
Vaiks did want
Opportunity.
to ask. It's so funny. Vaiks did want to ask Percival one question that didn't get fit in: is whether or not soft tacos are a specialty of Pearl Peak specifically.
Hmm.
Because she hasn't heard of them. So now it's
Yeah,
a
that's
Percival
true.
thing.
I'll have to ask.
Maybe
I don't know
Percy.
if that would
Maybe
be
Percy is the inventor of tacos and just doesn't fully know it. Anyways, we'll be right back. Everybody,
Yeah.
refill your drinks, get some stretchies, stand up for a minute, take care of animals. We'll be right back. said 29.
Yeah. What does that mean?
There you go.
Ah. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna put it against the guy.
I thought not. All right. Well,
She's technically, she's also breaking the law.
Yep.
But she's been like approved to break the law.
Yep.
So she's
Breaking
like,
the law. Breaking the law.
I have to.
Down.
I've been told to break the law.
Yep. All right. Well, welcome back.
Anyway, that's a whole different dilemma, though.
Yep. Welcome back from stretch and restroom and pet care break. The camera pans from the void / safety zone of TikTok, Percy and Vaiks, and follows Mindu as Mindu is following behind Luthien out of that safety zone into the fading sunlight of the evening. Ylvanna is tending to the horses, while Tavrick has been freed from the back of trouble, and is resting on the ground, unmoving, a little distance away from the bubble. Luthien, where are you headed? How are you feeling? What does Luthien look like in this moment of distress, aside from hyperventilating as she is broken free?
So Luthien would look very pale. Like she's normally pretty pale, but this is a whole entire other level of pale.
Yeah.
She looks nauseous, her hands are clammy, and she is still hyperventilating like she can't breathe. Her eyes are all watery, and with your approval, as an Eladrian elf in the winter season mode, her tears don't actually like fall down her cheeks. They make her cheeks more frosty.
Mhm.
It looks like her temperature is dropping. She's essentially frozen in her distress and her fear and all of these emotions swirling around her. She feels like she's caught in just a blizzard of emotions, and she would kind of know where Ylvanna and the horses and Tavrick are, and she would try and avoid that area as much as possible. She doesn't want them to see her like this, because the only person who has seen her have a panic attack of this level would be Emery. And this is a very, very vulnerable time for her.
So she sort of banks, veers right away from the others towards the tree line. And give me a perception check with disadvantage in your panic.
Watch me get a nat one. With disadvantage, that would be a 13.
Nat one my ass.
I know.
I'm not really worried about running into trees, but you are so caught up in your panic, in your whirling of thoughts and memories that are echoing in your ears, and like the laughter from the memories that you have seem to be mocking in this moment, not genuine as they were in the memories. And then the screams and the emotions of being scarred and alone for a little while as a child just seem to weigh on your shoulders and to pull at your mind and pull at your attention. You don't even notice that you are being followed as you are so lost and consumed by your thoughts and memories. And that's not because they're sneaking behind you. It's just that you are not attentive enough. You're attentive enough to not run into nature.
But other than that, good luck.
But right now, you are just consumed by this panic. Cold, distraught, and feeling alone yet again as the memories and the words echo in your mind. You don't know whether or not your parents were turned into soul coins. You don't know if they are still there or if they have moved on to anything, any sort of afterlife and recycled back into nature the way that a soul is supposed to. And that's a lot. And I am certain that with how on edge you've been in the past and paranoid and where your mind is going, it would absolutely make you jump when a warm hand breaks into that thought and touches your shoulder very gently.
Luthien would absolutely jump and sort of flinch away. Almost like that warmth, that hand hurt her. And under Mindu's paw, she is absolutely freezing. Like there is hardly any warmth to her skin or on her clothes at this moment.
It is not safe out here, little one. You don't have to go back inside where they are, but it would be best not to venture much further lest you wind up in the same fate as your other friend.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Where is your mind?
She's in the past.
Ah, a haunting thing, is it not?
You could say that.
He takes a cloak off of his shoulders and offers it to you and says, "This will simply help you, but I did not have to give you comfort if you do not wish for it. But you will take this so that you will not become ill."
I don't typically get sick from the cold, but she'd take the cloak and sort of wrap it around herself, and I could see her leaning back against a tree. They're not too far away from the hut, but they're far enough away that they wouldn't easily be heard.
Right.
And she just, I'm not sure that you would want to hear the sob story and the reality of the society.
Typically, sensitive to cold or not does not matter, because you also typically do not venture this far into nature as far as I am aware.
No, I'm usually stuck with my books.
And I am always
I'm-
keen for a good story,
Well,
even if the ending is not so good.
well, we'll start at, what, I think is the beginning. I had a adoptive sister growing up. Her name was Nyx. She was a changeling, and we were the best of friends. My parents wanted us both to grow up with knowledge and color and joy and happiness. And that breaks a lot of the laws here. They were very against the all-powerful, almighty exalted. And they were found out. I was 7 when the guards came, and they took my parents and me and Nyx, and we got locked up in the keep. Nyx and I in one cell, and my parents were somewhere else, but I could still hear them screaming as they were tortured and interrogated. And then the guards came and they took Nyx away. I wouldn't let go of her and she wouldn't let go of me, so they held a knife to my throat. I still have the scars from that cut. And when I was finally let back out for my parents' execution, Vaiks was there. Vaiks was the executioner. I had always thought my parents had returned to nature as spirits and souls normally do, that they would have some sort of rest and comfort and happiness and whatever afterlife awaits us, but now I'm wondering if they were turned into coins and are in some sort of grotesque collection or just discarded somewhere. If they're still in pain, if they're still screaming the way that they did that day. And ever since then, I've been in a cage. I've been monitored. I haven't had a moment alone. I'm not allowed to go out after dark. I'm not allowed to leave the city without permission. I have a guardsman with me at all times, and it's suffocating, and I just feel everything all at once, and I can't stop it, and I don't know how to stop it, and she just kind of trails off as she breaks into absolute sobs, and is just, there's so much pent-up emotion and sadness and grief that's just rolling off of her to the point where Mindu's cloak becomes frosty.
That is a hard life to carry, no doubt. And while I cannot state the fate of what your parents' souls may have gone through at that time, or if they are in Vaiks' possession, I can tell you, and hope that it brings you a small comfort, that if a soul is converted to a coin, in the regards that she and I have mentioned, they are not suffering, they are not in pain, they are not punished. They are stuck observing. If she has them, they would simply be voices she can require guidance from. And if she still has them, they would be able to know that you are alive and actually succeeding, from what I have seen and from what I have been told. They may be part of nature again, and they may not. But either way, they are free of pain and free of suffering. This is a fact I have known as one who also carries the coins of souls of the departed. They are tokens of knowledge and affection that perhaps some cannot feel, or tokens of stories that might have been forgotten otherwise. Have you considered writing everything you have experienced and felt?
I have had journals since I was a child. I write in them frequently. I have volumes upon volumes of all of this,
Make them a
of
novel.
everything I felt.
It might help with the grief and the trauma to turn something into a fantastical tale.
Maybe once this adventure is over, I will, but even if I did, no one would be able to read it.
You don't know that. Perhaps not in this realm at this time, but words have an impeccable way of finding their way through history, finding their way against all odds to be read by someone, somewhere, in some existence. You don't know the impact your story will have on the world now, or on other worlds, where it may exist without you even realizing. We are all but raindrops that make ripples along every surface of water that we see. But that one raindrop can change everything.
Can turn into a flood.
Exactly. Or provide for everything and everyone. How do you think the rain forms rivers that come from the mountains, if not by starting with a single drop? Your story can be that single drop.
That is true. I also have suspicions that Vaiks somehow, probably through the rehabilitation program, or so they call it, forgot her past when I saw her again for the first time since my parents' execution. For a moment, her face changed, and I was looking at my sister. I was looking right at Nyx. And that just kind of brought everything up. It recut the wound. It rubbed salt in it, and I'm trying to be okay, but it's torture not knowing how to go, hey, Vaiks, I think that the Exalted brainwashed you and that you're actually my sister. Hi again after 23 years. And she just, his cloak is less frosty, but she kind of lets out a humorless laugh at the end of that comment about how she could bring it up to Vaiks and bring up her suspicions and what she's seen.
If that is the case, it is something to be done carefully. Or perhaps you might accidentally break a mind too far if it is truly damaged. With the cold, calculating way that she approaches things, this would not be surprising. But you would need to be careful. And I understand that the wound hurts. And it feels like it is festering because it feels like it is a new opening. But that means that you have truly not allowed yourself to heal from the beginning. You do not have the foundation to truly recover until you allow yourself to properly grieve. Perhaps this is that opportunity.
Perhaps. And Luthien would kind of wipe at her cheeks as the frost kind of melts from her skin and the color returns, and she takes a few deep breaths and just goes, I'm not sure how to actually grieve. As you're right, I was never given the space to.
Well, first we start by feeling the emotion, acknowledging and remembering honestly the good and the bad. And we remember fondly that we are not at fault. We are not to blame, for the cycle of life is natural. Even if it is forced at a violent hand by another, it is unfortunately still a part of life. For that is the way of people in general, regardless of the law of the land, regardless of the weather. Illness is natural. Violence is natural. Peace is natural. Joy, sadness, anger, everything about those things is natural. It is a part of life. And so our first step is to experience and appreciate that we are blessed to savor and experience that life. But a coin and a blade have two sides, regardless of how we approach them. And life is the same. Do you understand what I am saying?
I think I do.
Good.
That even if I don't like the way that they died, that at some point they still would have died, and it's natural, and these feelings are okay to have.
Absolutely. And know
It's
that
not in
they,
the cities.
from what I gather, from what you have stated, this also means that they tried to live their most honest joy and truth. Remember
They did.
that. Love that. Hold on to that.
I try to live that way as much as I can as well. Though there's still that little bit of, I wish that they could have been here. I wonder what they would think of me.
My dear, they are always with you. Even if you cannot sense or hear or see them, they are part of who you are. And they would be proud of who you are and how far you have come. I don't have to know them to know that part.
I'm sure you would have loved them. My mom was a Spitfire, and my father was, well, you sound like him right now with the sort of advice he would give.
He sort of chuckles. And he just gently sets a paw on your head, almost ruffling your hair. And says, well, when you live long enough to see the young grow and experience things that you have learned in life, it is only wise to share the wisdom with them so that they may also do better than you have in the past. And perhaps you will take your grief in a healthy way and better the world the way that they would have hoped you would.
I've been trying.
It is
Emery's helped a lot.
one step
But
at a
it's a
time.
process.
It is a process. Why, it is one step at a time. We day by day. I mean, are you not out trying to change the world now? Trying to find a truth that no one else has actually pursued? Is that not the mission?
More than you know. I have a secondary mission that Vaiks doesn't know about that I think might be around here.
I see.
Lost knowledge in lost forests.
Hidden truths. What did I say about words will find their way through history no matter what? Somehow, somewhere?
Well, that also explains how you found us when, despite my brother's philanthropy across realms, I assume.
He has not quite reached so far across realms as you might think. He is not.
He's reached farther than I.
You don't have to be all powerful to do that, my dear.
Just need to know how.
Correct. Now, as far as I'm aware, a young man is back in the bubble making some food, and I think a little bit of sustenance would do you good. A little flavor. Especially if you are the
Possibly some
daughter of a
tea.
Spitfire. Yeah, we can acquire some tea very easily.
Yes, my mother's cooking did tend to be very spicy. Despite her not being aggressive, she was very boisterous and showed her summer aspect quite often.
Good. Those are always the best kinds of mothers. The most passionate
Oh,
and loving.
yes.
Well, I suppose if the boy's cooking is not spicy enough, we can always add a little heat when he's not looking, eh? He has this mischievous grin and like a sparkle in his eyes, like...
Luthien just laughs and goes, "Oh, of course, though I think that Vaiks might have fire come out of her ears if we add any to her portion."
I think a little fire would
don't-
do the girl some good.
I agree. Well, shall we get back and have sustenance tea and possibly cause some mischief?
And find you some rest.
We'll see if rest comes easy tonight.
Remember to say goodnight to your new companion.
I will.
I believe you might hear an answer to a question you tried to ask me. If you just open your own ears a little bit.
I'll try to do that, but I don't think that these ears, and she motions to her slightly pointed elven ears, are quite as sensitive as yours, and she just kind of taps the tip of one of his ears.
I think it is a matter of the heart listening, not the body.
Well, my mother would say listen to your heart and it won't ever steer you wrong.
A wise mother indeed. Let's go back.
And she wasn't chasing me around with bugs.
So she was that kind of mischievous.
Oh,
He's
yes.
gonna offer you his arm and start heading back.
And she takes his arm and heads back with him and is still in... She's in a better mood, but there's still, like, that air of just low energy. That
Yeah.
was a lot.
Yeah, it was. Which is perfectly understandable. Hopefully you will find a proper rest following your grief this evening.
I hope so as well.
And he leads you back into the bubble.
Hooray!
So guys, what's you up to? As Mindu and Luthien walk back in arm in arm, chuckling and giggling about some sort of mischief that you guys can't quite pick up.
Depending on what part of the conversation, I am giving a breakdown of what soft tacos is.
It would have been precisely at that moment that they re-entered.
Vaiks. So, a soft taco consists of three main components: shell, filling, and greatness.
What is the greatness?
Percival's cooking capabilities.
Must it be Percival's?
Percival has the world-renowned chef on soft tacos.
He thinks, but I doubt it.
I have not met another individual that makes soft tacos. Therefore, you are the proprietor.
You haven't met a whole lot of individuals who have cooked for you
Facts.
or in vicinity, so your sample size is very small, TikTok.
We should possibly expand.
Might I try?
Absolutely.
Are you always the one who is cooking for the group when you are traveling?
Most definitely, yes.
Are you worried about poison? Or are you worried about them doing so terribly?
And Luthien just smirks and goes, doing so terribly. Percy is
But also
kind
the
of
poison
particular about his cooking.
But also
I
the
have a
poison
very
thing.
specific set. Well, my travel companion has a tendency to get very angry at me.
Are
And
you
as a
poisoned often?
procurer of... No, but as a procurer of potions and potion ingredients, some of them are more volatile than others, all of which they usually have ease of access to. So for my own safe of mind, I like to do my own cooking.
And I have been
They were-
observing.
I'm sure you are very good at it, TikTok.
I've
Do
never
your
tried.
items require labeling?
No, they're labeled. And if they weren't, they would be worse.
Does she attempt to poison you often?
No. I don't even think she's attempted to poison me once unless she was really bad at it.
Right.
You are a bit quicker at the groveling compared to Tavrick, seeing as how she stabbed him in a half-awake, odd-minded stupor.
Well, I do write her paycheck, so it makes sense.
That it does. And I'm sure that Arathorn and Isildur would have words to say if she was no longer your travel companion.
Possibly a few choice ones, most definitely. As
Well,
he's
definitely
making
towards her.
separate plates for all of the foods.
So while Percival is focused on the food aspect, Mindu is making a cup of tea for Luthien.
Vaiks will attempt to craft tacos.
Give me a performance check.
Can I do the help action?
Yes, you may.
What do I need to roll for a help action? I forget. Or does it just give them
54.
advantage?
It gives some
don't-
advantage.
Yeah, just
Ooh,
gives
okay,
them
first roll's a 15. Thanks for the help. The second roll was 7. So we got a 15 on Taco Craft.
Luthien, Mindu's making tea out of things that are from his own bag.
Luthien would she would stay close to him and kind of watch over his shoulder. And could I roll sort of, I'm not sure if it's an investigation check, maybe perception to kind of see if he crafts tea differently than she knows of tea being crafted in this world.
He does a soak
Is
instead of a
there
snake.
So that's like
anything
perception
odd?
/ insight.
I think the bigger thing to look for is, are the herbs the same?
Yeah.
Perception.
Perception? Okay, that is a 22.
No, the herbs are not the same.
Don't let Percival hear that.
And she would kind of sit down next to Mindu and go, I don't recognize a lot of those herbs.
There's only 3.
What? I don't recognize any of those herbs. What are they? And what do they do?
Well, this is a rare gift from my own homeland. But it is a means to process emotion. It is a means to meditate the way that you need to meditate. There's a variation of roses that is native to my homeland, and there is a couple of other flora that I have not seen yet here, but they are good for calming the body and the mind and allowing a proper rest without the risk of many of the things here that might cause a poisoning, as they are simply meant to be medicinal in nature. Perhaps they will open up the energy that you have blocked.
Perhaps.
I do not know the name of them in a way that you would understand.
Do you speak another language then? Is this not...
Many.
I see. But in a way I would understand. Are you meaning, do they have names in a different language, or...
There is language not from this land, and there is also what my people simply call them.
I see. Well, if we are able to come up with a good translation or a nickname for them in this tongue, might be fun.
Perhaps. So, taco making was a 15.
Mhm.
It holds together pretty well. It's better than TikTok's first ever taco. But you also have properly opposable thumbs.
I look at my 3 fingers.
These
have
are not
wrapped it.
superior for taco making.
There you go.
I have wrapped it. It is...
A little messy. But it'll do.
The tortilla shell is ripped in a certain spot, you know?
Yeah.
It is difficult for everybody's first attempt.
At least yours is
I
holding
s-
shape.
I see this.
Hence why it is a craft in all of its making.
You
Work of
truly
art,
are.
one could say.
He truly is an artisan.
Okay, well that's a little too far for me.
I am
That's
happy
not-
to
that's no
see
big
that
deal.
you are recognizing his ingenious.
Oh my god. The fact that the soft taco bit has gotten this far.
This fucking far? I
Since
know,
day
right?
one. We're on episode 15. And the
Dude, I can't wait
soft
till I
taco
learn
bit from
spiritual weapon.
episode 1 is still
It's-
going.
I'm
It's
taking
okay.
a
Going to
spiritual
continue
weapon.
for the entire campaign.
You want to know how hard it was for me to come up with a word that wasn't burrito or wrap?
It's alright, I had to replace like every single thing to like Mexican cuisine or anything like that. Just kept replacing it to the realm.
The
Mhm.
realm.
The realm.
The realm.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna throw a soft taco at the BBEG.
Okay.
This is what happens when I am forced to make actual dinner plans for a D&D campaign, because I can't even do that in real life.
You're doing so well.
Nice
I've made
job.
almost exclusively soup, stew, and or something that goes in a tortilla.
So you meant what?
We have some
Taco,
tacos.
soggy-
We've had breakfast burritos. We have Rocco Chacos.
Not even make
Taco
those.
Roccos.
Yeah, Taco
Everything
Rocco's.
Everything's just a form of soft taco. Wet taco, soggy taco, soft taco, chocolate
That's
taco.
the trick. That's the only thing
Oh,
person knows
He
how to make.
also
It's
has the
gotta be in
recipe
taco.
for Arathorn's special skewers. The meat skewers that
do.
he makes. Those are going to be real good for later, considering they give temp
Like-
HP.
I'm gonna need that in my
Likes-
notes or like my actual character
Yeah,
sheet so I
We
can
need,
remember.
we need a mini cookbook.
Yep.
Vaiks will make a mini cookbook, a list of foods.
Oh no, Ari's going to have to make it with the fact that Ari can actually make the proper recipes for them.
Yeah, Vaiks will look at this like taco and go, "Oh, there is a food similar.
Oh?
It uses bread."
A sandwich?
But no, well, it has sausage, but it's within a casing.
Intriguing!
But it does- But it does have cheese, and sometimes people put pickled greens on it, and onions. The
What are
condiments
those?
similar.
Percy, history check or survival check if you history or survival. Take your pick, bud.
History and survival.
It
is
seems
my
very-
mistake.
It seems very clear that Vaiks is like breaking it down to essentials for TikTok.
Yeah.
It's a natural 20 to history.
Bruh, why? On the most
Ooh.
mundane thing with a low fucking DC, you get a natural 20.
Hi, welcome to my bullshit.
That's
He's
a
a chef.
bratwurst.
Yeah.
Just talking about a bratwurst
Yeah, that's all it is.
or a hot dog.
Bratwurst. It would literally be a sausage roll for this world. Hot dog is such a fucking
So it's such a man-made object that ain't no
Yeah.
fucking way it's here. That is
Brat-
processed to
bratwurst?
hell and back.
bratwurst or sausage roll. Can be topped in many ways. Just like a couple of people I know.
Oh wow. Okay.
But it is similar. It is commonly made in Waterstar.
Oh yeah, there are a couple places that were serving those.
Also, yes,
Okay,
the
I
soft
can see the
taco is a
similarities.
Pearl Peak specialty, by the way.
They are common during festivals, but not outside of that. Because they're very portable.
Yeah, these are less so. There are many variations, but they're kind of a little messy.
What if and she's gonna attempt to make a burrito instead of a taco.
Roll check.
Can I do sleight of hand for this?
Yes, you may.
Wonderful.
This is the most rolls we've had tonight, and it's over tacos.
Nat 20 on a burrito.
Shut the fuck up.
You make a perfect burrito.
Nat 20 burrito. It is very holdable.
Burrito.
I have made it into a wrap.
That is the more portable alternative for a quote-unquote taco.
It is similar to making your bed.
I have an idea.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Mindu takes. I got pepper in my throat. Mindu takes the burrito and sticks a spoon into it and holds it out like a fucking corn dog on a stick, but it's the burrito.
Perhaps too portable.
Seems a tiny bit precarious, but if there's a way to make the tortilla seamless, that would work. You know, I have seen something similar that they've done with some of the sausage rolls where they use sort of a pancake mix on the sausage and then shove a stick through it.
Yes, they will skewer
fry
it
in oil.
And the campfire bullshit will continue for the rest of the evening. Until you guys decide to either talk about real things or settle down.
It depends on how.
Percy,
how late
do
in the night
you
would it be after
Percy
everyone's finished?
Percy perception check while you are with
Okay.
when Mindu got distracted and stuck a spoon in the burrito.
19.
Beautiful. You notice the 3 herbs in a teacup that are unfamiliar to you.
Never seen, never.
Never seen them. They looked like similar to something, but none of them are actually like things that you recognize.
How far away is the teacup?
Not far, considering this is a tiny fucking room.
Is it being held and or observed by anybody?
Luthien was about to be handed it after it steeped to drink. But at the moment, it is sitting, cooling down.
I'm gonna smell it. See if it's anything that I recognize as a scent-wise. And it's just a strain of an already known herb that's mutated differently.
Okay. Mr. I want to be the potion maker on everything.
You brought it my attention.
I know. You were distracted at the
I was
time.
about to start getting on an antidote.
Yep. But you were distracted at the time, so I'm giving you an opportunity to notice this person has something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go smell it to see if it smells like anything I know. What do I need to roll for a sniff check?
Perception.
Yeah.
Snoofa.
It just smells like hot water.
So I'll just take your
Sus.
19 if you don't roll anything better. I'll give you an opportunity to roll better.
No. Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, not the better.
Okay.
Is this offered to everybody or just Luthien?
Just
Is the
Luthien.
question. Ooh, okay.
But he did say it is a gift from his homeland. That would have been heard by everybody with the vicinity that it is.
Vaiks would also want to snoofa.
I would. TikTok would like the snoofa.
But with suspicion.
I don't know if TikTok can snoof it, to be completely honest.
That's the point.
He can't, but
He wants
That's
to
the
pretend
point.
that he's doing the same thing as everybody else.
It's not even like it's not in his hand, is it? It's just on the table, steeping,
What table?
or
There's on the
wherever he
ground.
placed it down.
Yeah. So if Percy is picking up this cup of tea and snoofing with his 19 on perception, it's certainly a sweet floral scent. And I think you're going to enjoy this. Almost like a cross between a rose, calendula, and the sun blossom variant that was safer. But it's not the sun blossom. It's just similar to the floral scent you got in the forest when you found it and when you were analyzing it at the cabin.
Oh.
But it's very naturally sweet. Almost like a honeyed calendula. And an undertone of jasmine. So it is safe to consume.
hey, Airy,
Yes.
can you message me with that description?
Which what I just said?
The scent profile. I can get a clip for you, my love.
Oh,
E.
rose
That
blend,
way you have it for
calendula.
reference later.
Mhm.
Sun blossom
Yep.
and a hint of jasmine. Has Luthien drank this yet?
No.
Nope.
Vaiks will hold out a hand and say, "Might I try this first?"
Ooh. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Well, that was a terrible roll. So, it is pretty obvious to Little Miss Passive Insight so high that Mindu is startled at you even asking. Not like offended, but more definitely startled. And if the other three of you would like to roll insight,
Sure, I will love to.
because that tells me whether or not you also noticed this, because it was technically a deception or like a stealth to hide, to compose the face.
I got
19.
18.
and 16.
Wow. So you all notice that, and it's subtle the way that his eyes sort of widen for a moment, but he looks at where Percy's holding it and takes it very carefully. I don't want to say snatches very carefully, but he definitely takes it without even because you sort of just picked it up without asking him or anything. Takes a brief sniff. Says, it is not quite ready yet, but if I'm going to let you drink it, there is a customary proceeding that will be necessary, if you are open to it.
Oh, now she's even more suspicious. She was checking that shit for poison.
I know. But this is literally culture and customs. And he is being completely honest with you in this moment.
Yeah, it's one of those things that she's like, there's now a process. Bishop. Poison Luthien. Okay. What must be done?
Well, if all of you would like to actually try it, then perhaps we should each kneel within a space. Vaiks, if you would kneel across from me, then you will go first. And Luthien to my left, and Percival to the right.
Luthien would nod and kneel to Mindu's left.
Vaiks will rest upon her knees directly in front of Mindu. There is a clear air of suspicion. And it's not necessarily suspicion as in, like, I don't like you, but more of just worry. She is glancing repeatedly between Luthien and Mindu.
I believe, as a DM, that Vaiks is really about to hate what's happening, but that's because it goes against everything that the Exalted is. But
oh, we're gonna get high. This is still fake tea.
No, it's not. You're fine. Mindu places the cup of tea in the middle of this little square that you have made and looks at TikTok and says, I do apologize, friend, but you do not appear to have the means to consume and thus have no need to participate in this, but you are welcome to witness.
Of course, I will be happy to witness this event. And he just sits, like, just looks around and just pulls out his sketchbook.
And Mindu places his paws on his knees and says to the others, then repeat my actions. My words are optional if you would be willing. And he takes a very deep breath while closing his eyes. Do you follow suit?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
The hesitant, really long yes. So Mindu places his paws on his knees, takes a deep breath while closing his eyes, and as he is exhaling, says, by the blessing of the moon and the rising of the sun, we plead for an evening of peace, that the souls within this presence might heal from wounds long standing. If you wish for a meditation to process and heal, then simply say, by the blessings of the moon and the rising of the sun.
By the blessings of the moon and the risings of the sun.
Percy and Vaiks, do you repeat or do you simply wait in silence?
Repeat.
Okay. Vaiks, do you repeat or do you sit in silence?
I'm contemplating whether or not I'm willing to make a wisdom save.
Okay. What were you saying, Percy?
Percy's doing it because he understands that this is sort of a prayer and is trying to follow suit as to not mess up anything that could be happening here.
Mm-hmm.
I will wisdom save.
You will wisdom save?
I will wisdom save to try and repeat it for Luthien.
Make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Oh, there is a god. Okay, so about that advantage.
What'd you roll?
Let me check my modifiers. 6.
Can I do something?
Yes, you may.
I would like for her Vaiks to re-roll
Okay.
as I.
A 9.
God.
A 9 is
wait.
better than a 6.
A 9 is better than a 6.
As I see Vaiks kind of like breaking out into a sweat, and I just nod.
And you are going to add 3 to that 9 to make it a 12. Which is good enough to repeat, even if it is quiet and strained and difficult. But you will not have a physical or psychological consequence for this one.
The implication on that sentence, but
Huh?
I don't like the implication of that sentence, but I'll take it. A win's a win.
Win is a win, especially when you're low in your rolls.
By the blessings of the moon. Everybody.
And the rising of the sun.
Mm-hmm.
And Mendu reaches almost in an emphasized gesture, spreading his arms wide, raising them over his head, almost bowing as he lowers his hands to the floor in front of this cup. I share this grief, and I share this joy, that you might find comfort and peace. And as he sits back up, he will pick up the cup, take a sip himself, and offer it to Vaiks.
She will glance at Luthien just a hair, and then look Mindu in the eyes, not breaking eye contact. And set it back down in the center.
He takes it and passes it to Luthien and says, when you have finished your sip, you will offer it to Percival. And
Luthien would nod and take a sip. And pass it.
Percy will accept the glass and take a sip. Does the flavor seem familiar in any way?
Yeah, can I get a check on whether or not there's
I was
any
about to
poisons in
describe.
this too?
I was going to describe it to each of you, and no, there is no poison in this. This is just
Wonderful.
tea. In fact, Vaiks, I need another wisdom saving throw from you.
Ah, fuck!
Get up by the skin of your teeth just to get dragged right back.
With advantage again.
6!
How many times can I do this thing?
Honor, you roll lower than me, and that's impressive.
Don't,
Hey, do it.
don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
Do it again. Do it again.
Do it again.
I could use it one more time, and that was it.
19.
Nice. Beautiful.
You saw what was about to happen to you,
Pause.
and then
But
it went
however,
backwards.
you might want to take that usage back because you might want to fail this one.
I don't fucking know, man. I just
Come on,
work
Honor,
here.
fail it.
You
Join me in
might.
the
Well, okay.
healing.
You might want
I
to.
guess the question is, I guess the question is what does TikTok see before he rewinds time?
I don't know. I figured it would be you stressing out, say yelling "fuck."
Oh no, that's just me as a player. But that would be the question is.
So, okay, let me describe this, and then if you would like to force a reroll, you can after that fact, okay? But each of you taste the dew of honeysuckle on mint
In a damn minute.
with that jasmine undertone. And it tastes
Named after a tea.
familiar and familial. And Vaiks, before time is shifted back, you feel the sun on your face. And you taste this tea as if you are consuming the dew out of the flowers in the forest on a beautiful summer day. And you are happy. While also surrounded in the solace of life you cannot remember. So I don't know if Vaiks would cry, but if TikTok is watching and you are genuinely caught up in the memory, I would almost imagine that you would have happy or grieving tears from that happiness.
Yeah, he's looking for like mental anguish
Mm-mm.
on faces and stuff.
It's not that kind of failure in this instance.
Then he would probably go like, "Aw, this tea makes him cry. Must be spicy."
I think, yeah. I don't even think she would realize she's crying.
No.
Luthien would, so Vaiks is to her left.
Yes.
Luthien would kind of shuffle over and just kind of cup Vaiks' cheeks and wipe away the tears and go, happy? Is sort of a questioning, wondering if those are happy tears or not, but assuming they're happy.
I don't know.
It is both grief and joy. Necessary emotions within life. And perhaps something you have not been able to experience in a long time.
What about Percival? How's she feeling?
And Percy, I also need a wisdom saving throw from you.
No. Okay, Di, I know I make fun of them, but like, we could be nice, right?
Be careful who you mock.
An unnatural 20 is what it gave me.
You taste
So 18%.
honeysuckle dew. With a touch of mint and an undertone of jasmine. And you feel warm.
I think the only visible reaction would be a slight smirk at the taste profile matching
The name?
Mindu's introduction name. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have to make a wisdom saving throw?
No.
If so,
Because of the conversation and the fact that you walked into this with an open heart after pouring out your soul in the forest. It's part of the ritual. You came in anticipating this. Percy and Vaiks put their nose in it. It's a little different.
fair
Yeah,
enough.
they got the bandage ripped off.
Mhm.
You're like,
I'm just curious
oh,
if
I'm
both
gonna
of you
use an
make it
adhesive
in the
remover.
And I'm watching it.
What was that, Bam?
I just wanted to give a sniffer to see if I could remake it in the future,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
or if I could find substitutes in this world to make it.
Yeah. Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe. But the flavor profile is a familiar combination, so you know that they're similar. Won't necessarily have the same effect, but there are similar things in this world.
Mhm.
So how y'all feeling?
Good.
Good.
Watching 4 people sit around drinking tea and crying.
In a ceremony.
Yeah.
Only one cried.
So far.
Mm-hmm.
You,
So, while Percy is smirking and Luthien is offering comfort and checking in on Vaiks, who is trying to assess her emotions, Mindu drinks the rest of the tea and sets it back in the middle. Perhaps under the moon's eye, you will be able to heal some of your grief this evening. Perhaps it is also a good time to simply watch the stars and relax and ready for bed. I do believe there is a long day of travel ahead tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And that is if we move at all. Tavrick can remain unconscious while you research on the road, no?
I believe that is acceptable.
There was a question directed at Percival.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Mindu was asking if you could research while Tavrick was unconscious on the road. Which...
Yes, I could. I don't know if we have it in written paper anymore, but
if you need a
if you're
hand,
willing.
I do not mind helping.
Thank you.
I still have my report detailing the flowers written down, if that helps.
Greatly. I could read that while we are on the road.
Okay.
I can collect some if that is a requirement.
Vex will wipe at her face. That may be wise. You do not need to breathe.
I still have a couple empty bottles.
I could supervise to make sure that nothing tries to kill him while you continue to make camp. Do you have anything already? with the fact that you have a report?
I have not been given time to properly study said report to find out if there would be anything that I already know about a possible antidote.
Is this a new discovery? This blossom?
For this realm, as far as our knowledge goes, that we have access to, yes.
There are no records.
There is one, it just may have not been processed yet. It's why I was sent to Orblin recently.
Vaiks, you would
There
know
are no-
this.
She kind of like corrects herself. There are no previous records.
Interesting. Then your world is changing more than you anticipated, I guess.
That is indeed very unfortunate.
And Luthien would
Anticipated.
pull a notebook out of her bag of holding and hand it over to Percy, and it's the bookmarked page. I have both the variant 1 and variant 2 marked there.
Thank you.
Did Percy actually actively repeat the word anticipated?
Yes, but it was probably like cut. He probably got to like the end before Luthien started to hand him the book, so he didn't get to finish the thought. But he definitely caught that word.
Well, life is ever changing, is it not? As is nature. You can anticipate the natural courses of change. But a new discovery such as this seems anomalous to you? And therefore was not anticipated. It is not a part of the usual changes of nature.
There have been a concerning number of anomalies.
Between this and the animals fleeing their typical hunting grounds, there are quite a few anomalies. And it is not normal.
Vaiks, Mindu looks at you when you say a concerning amount of changes. I had him do insight for this based off of information he has been given and information you guys have given. And he just says plainly, well, that is what happens when nature itself is suppressed by magic and limited in what is actually supposed to change. Sometimes it will try to force its way into balance. Have you considered this?
Mike seems to verbally, visibly bristle. And what are you implying?
Seems to contemplate your words at this moment.
Yeah.
And just says very calmly, you know that unfortunately nature is not always free, because how else do people live so long in such a vast amount of peace? Is it not part of your job to also keep tabs and checks on the balance? Is that not why this party has been sent into this forest? to subdue and investigate the imbalance from nature trying to run its course. I have no implication here. I am simply asking you, is that not what you are supposed to be doing? Refracting the cost of magic.
Like almost grits her teeth. It has been a long day.
It has been a very long day. But she's the one who made the comments that he is responding to.
I believe only I know what my job is here.
Very well. Hopefully you rest well this evening then. I can take first watch while the research has begun and the others rest. And then when you are ready, whichever of you would like to volunteer may go next, but you must be ready to defend. Since we do not know what is in these woods.
And Luthien would look at Vaiks and go, would you like second watch or third?
I'll take second.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing I can get inside the safety zone.
It is not the safety zone that I am worried about, friend. It is the fact that we have two friends outside with many horses. If a pack of wolves were to show up and spook the horses, we lose our ride and our supplies. And we also have an unconscious friend who I'm going to move inside while I am outside.
Well, I'll be keeping an eye out on throughout the whole evening.
Then you can
Thank
call
you,
for help.
TikTok.
But hello?
Thank you, TikTok.
Of course. I do not require sleep.
Mm-hmm. Well then. Percy's going to do some research while TikTok is technically on watch in the center of the safety zone, and Mindu is still going to step outside and sit outside after bringing Tavrick inside.
Ylvanna should be able to fit inside as well.
Yeah, 9 people can fit inside this thing.
Ylvanna requested to just chill and quiet by herself.
There's a tree out there.
Mm-hmm. Precisely.
She'll be fine.
Yeah, she'll be fine. She's nature's favorite, after all.
Mhm.
Wait, I thought
All
I
right.
was.
No, you're my favorite. There's a difference.
Oh.
All right. We have research to do. Percival,
Yeah.
which blossom would you like to research first?
Well, the one that he's under effect right now is the comatose one, so probably that. But yeah, that would be the first one.
Which is variant 1, and that's clearly marked in the report that Luthien gave you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the effects of variant 2?
Unknown.
Variant 2 is unknown, but there was an assumed effect against Ylvanna that made them loopy and or high. But afterwards, I'm pretty sure that was discovered to not be from the flower.
Mm-hmm.
It just hasn't been publicly known yet, besides Percival.
Yep.
You called these sunblooms, right?
Sulson blossoms.
Is the moon out?
Yes.
But I can't get through here.
No, it's not. Technically, moonlight's not going through here.
TikTok,
The only
could
light
you
in the bubble
acquire
is
variant
the-
2?
Of course.
Or could you... Correction. Do you know how deep into the field is variant 2?
I had a aerial view of the entire field. I should be able to get in to access.
You cannot leave here.
Correction. I am allowed to leave here.
If you leave here, won't your bubble disappear?
No. That is not stated anywhere.
From Tiny Hut?
It does not state that the creator has to stay inside the bubble. It just remains stationary.
The spell ends
oh, no,
if you leave its
it's
area.
if you leave its area. Oh, it's a good thing I never walked outside.
It's a... You even
Takes
said
one
that.
step.
No, I never said that. If it goes away if I leave it. But I could send. You know what? Can I?
I'm gonna point at someone else who also said he could hold his breath for a really long time and observe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's why she's trying to find out where he can pinpoint the closest section of variant 2.
Mindu is actually going to be outside, but you all watched as he held his breath earlier. So if you would like to make the request of him, Percy and Luthien know the distinguishing differences between the two variations and could describe them to them, or possibly show him.
I don't have any on me. There would be the variant 1 blossoms would be in the carriage.
A Percy
You had an
Mindu
opportunity
journey?
to unload many things into your
TikTok.
personal inventory,
I didn't take any of the variant blossoms.
but you have the
or moon
description, right?
blossoms. I have the description, yeah.
Yeah.
Just not on hand. I actually have to look to see where I wrote that down. Actually, it might be in my notes.
I sent variant 1 in You and I Whispers,
I see
and
that.
I'm looking for my record of variant 2. Give me a moment. I can't remember which episode you got it in. I think 5?
Because I got them around the same time that we got the moon balloons, which was because of Elowen.
Well, you got it in your side when the party split up sessions.
Yes.
TikTok. Are you
Vaiks.
able to cast Prestidigitation?
Yes.
Could you make a replica of the variant 2 bloom for visual?
I could.
For Mindu to see.
I would do just that. And I'll use presentation with the intent to make a illusionary image of variant 2.
So variant 2 looks the same as variant 1, but it has 5
That's it.
petals on its
Yeah.
trumpet-shaped flower and 4 stamens.
Stamen.
Stamen.
So I would make that image as like a
Mindu
little
can
hologram.
hear through the bubble.
Okay.
So, We can talk through the bubble, so which is nice.
Yeah. Well, that's why I just said he's outside. You just have to make the request of him. He's also chill and focused on the forest. He's not super attentive to you guys right now.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to get his attention. Because he just rolled low perception for the things behind him. It's fine.
Well, I am not allowed to leave the bubble. Therefore, another individual must take my place.
Percival, do you have the original variant 1?
Not on me, no, but I know of what it looks like.
TikTok handled both, technically. He could do...
I could make a minor illusion of each one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Mindu.
So I'm like dual wielding both variants.
Yeah. There's his throat and his ears sort of perk up as he looks over his shoulder from where he was leaning against a tree. Yes?
Might I bother you for a moment?
You could bother me at any time, should you wish.
She looks at Luthien.
You could insight that if you wanted to.
She's just gonna look at Luthien like, is that a yes?
Vaiks is currently.
So that is an 18 for insight. What does Luthien get from that phrase? Directed towards fight. And Luthien goes, yes, that is a, you can talk to him and make requests of him at any time.
Oh. Wonderful. I have a request.
Yeah?
Can you, how, I trust your memory is reliable.
Yes.
Can you memorize the difference between these two flowers?
He comes closer to inspect and investigate. Has the illusion already been made?
Yeah. I just palms out hologram projection.
He has his... He's kind of crossed his arms with a paw tucked under his chin, looking at it like, they're very similar, but there are distinct differences. Which one is more threatening?
The one with two stamens?
Stamens? Stamens are the little pollen strands in the middle.
Pollinators.
Yeah. I keep forgetting how to pronounce it.
Stamen.
The one with 2 stamens and 4 petals is the one that made Tavrick fall asleep. The one with 4 stamens and 5 petals is the more amiable variant.
I understand.
It does not pose a risk.
I see. And is this... Do we know if we can physically contact the flower, or is it only the pollen when inhaled?
As far as I know, it is the pollen that is the most dangerous. I am not sure about the properties of the other parts, such as the stem, petals, sap, or root.
Ooh.
Our problem is a sample is needed.
Percy and Luthien, if you want to do a little history check to remember certain details of the exact report.
That would be a
because I have it in front of me?
27.
Yes, you may have advantage.
You said
It doesn't
27?
really matter.
Yes.
A person
Anyway.
was able to pick them and successfully make AT with them before going comatose. From a small batch.
Someone did make a tea out of the variant 1 and went comatose shortly after. So I would assume, just to play it safe, that most parts of the plant are dangerous if ingested, at the very least, or if it gets into open wounds.
Noted.
Does Vaiks still have the empty potion bottle from the Greater Healing? Percival is going to request that and cast Prestidigitation to clean it and then hand it to Mindu. The variant 1 needs to go into this bottle, so you can bring it into the bubble and hopefully not make any other of our compatriots go sleepy, sleepy nighttime for an unprecedented amount.
Noted.
I have 2 working theories.
And they are?
There is a chance that they react to moonlight as much as sunlight. And there is a higher likelihood that variant 2 may be the antidote.
I see. Then I will assess how I respond to variant 2, since it is more known, and report back to each of you, since you are all intellectuals seeking the knowledge. And I will also bring you a sample of the variant 1.
Thank you.
The little one will be on, well, you can't really leave the space or it will disappear. So...
I will stay on lookout for them.
Very well.
And I will be up for a little bit longer, so I'm sure that we will be fine. Thank you, Mindu.
And he places a hand over his chest and bows. Before turning
Might I make
around,
one final Mindu.
he still turns with his back to you, but he stops and listens.
Leave with me a trinket.
Insurance.
If you are in danger, break it. And we will know.
He sort of tilts his head before looking back at Vaiks and says, "You gain a little more of my respect every time you prove to notice things that others do not." And he tosses to you a small coin engraved on one side is the image of well, it almost looks like a tabaxi, but it's a fox standing on 2 feet. And on the other side is a litter of 3 kits. You have acquired a trinket of Dew on Mint Leaf.
And she will store it in her, like, the chest folds of her leather armor. Keep it safe. She is very clearly careful with this item. Like, almost reverent with it. Regardless of if it is her.
And he takes off. You are welcome to make perception checks if you would like.
No, I can't see in the dark.
No, I meant
can't.
immediately before he has left the immediate vicinity.
That is a 26. I got a 19.
That's real cute. It's almost as if he has
Hey!
vanished before your eyes.
Oh, well,
Insight?
Perception.
that was
It was-
perception check.
Yeah, it was perception.
Can
No,
I roll
no, on the
Arcane?
vanishing.
You would. Vaiks, you should recognize.
I just thought that's why the insight.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Would a nat 20 have caught anything?
A nat 20 would have seen him go, regardless. Everyone else seems to think he has just simply vanished in front of them.
But I saw him leave?
With a natural 20, yes, you see him leave.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Like, is it like magically means he's leaving, or he just that quick and stealthy? I think was more like what I was trying to get at.
Now, wouldn't that be spoiling things for the rest of the party?
Oh, well, I guess I'll leave it up to the imagination.
Oh wait. Oh, this bitch didn't need to roll.
Yeah?
Yeah. He didn't need to roll.
Why? What she got?
No, TikTok.
Oh, yeah, no.
What?
He didn't need to roll.
I did it anyways. Interesting.
Luthien just shrugs and looks at Vaiks and goes, "You know, you and him have a proclivity for seeming to disappear in thin air."
It's a talent.
I see.
It's
I'm
a
gonna
scary
take that as a
talent.
compliment.
A scary talent?
Disappear? Isn't that... Can that be deemed scary?
I don't know,
It
TikTok.
could be.
Am I scary?
No! But I do not possess that.
You do not feel fear?
No!
We are
I
similar.
believe earlier this evening I said you should experiment your soul collecting by killing me.
No?
I did.
Yes, you did.
We're still not doing that idea.
That does not mean you do not feel fear. Your quest for knowledge might be greater.
Huh. I never looked at it like that. That's very astute of you, Vaiks.
Well,
Percival, in the meantime, is there anything you can do without samples?
I mean, with the information that we have, not really.
Could we at least distill a base?
I think we could be able to. There's not exactly a thing that I've come across yet that matches any of the effects that this flower has in particular. So I don't exactly know what I should start to use for set base.
And we don't know if there is a base that would hurt or hinder the chemical properties of the flower. So it might be best if we do wait.
I have a
Until
difficult
then-
question.
Hmm.
How are we testing this?
Well, we have a person who is currently unconscious. If we pour it on him or in his mouth and it works, cool. If it doesn't work, then we know it doesn't work.
I can test it.
That is unwise.
I've done it before. Testing it.
You are the only one who can create an antidote. If you die by your own poisons, then there will be no one.
Percival, that logic is astutely sound. I too agree. You should not be testing it. If I had the capabilities, I would be the logical choice.
It is because you are immune to poisons?
Correct.
I can test it. I have anti-venom and antidote on me from Emery. Anything to save a party member, right?
And resistance to poison.
Percy,
Yes,
speak up.
And I
have all of that too, and a natural resistant to poison. That's why I was like, I'll test the shit.
So does Luthien.
If anything goes wrong,
I'll be fine, Vaiks. I promise.
Perhaps Vaiks should be the one that tastes it.
That's not happening.
I don't think that
Then what?
Vaiks has a resistance to poison, but I do, and I believe that given Percival's occupation, he does as well.
I have a mimic
At
agent.
most, it would take 2 testers to get it properly correct.
So it's you and me. Vaiks, you can be first aid on hand with anemic agents and antitoxin, and she would reach inside her bag of holding. And
Normally,
pull
I would give
out...
no objection. But wouldn't it be best to use it on the person still exposed?
No, I'm not fighting over it.
To know if it works.
That's why I'm like, why are we starting with the who's gonna test the what?
I would agree.
The issue of it would be possibility of it poisoning him worse, which would only take a sip of a first one.
Yes, so we can sip just to ensure it's not poison, and then
Won't fuck
if
him
it
up
is
even
not
more. Is
poison,
the issue.
Hmm?
We don't want to make his situation worse or add anything else onto it.
Percy, I'm gonna need you to make me a nature check real quick.
You got it, boss.
While we're talking about antitoxins and everything.
Mm-hmm.
$22.
You are within a day's ride of the mountain in a hard spot to get to, where you recall studying of a very rare but particular base to an antitoxin called ironwort, which is a rare herb that on poultice or infusion stops poison intoxication, which is a good safety net for if you're worried about this doing worse. But you also remember that if you get enough of it, you can make a potion of resistance to necrosis.
Oh.
You have thought of something.
Outside of
one.
that, real quick, you can make a basic antitoxin foundation if you need a starting point immediately. But now you may continue with your
Can I-
conversation.
Luthien
Make a
just
base
hums
of
and
a
looks at
normal one.
Percy.
Can either make a base of a normal antidote, just to have if something gets dire, or we can travel a day
Mm-hmm.
to the
West.
mountains to get something. To the mountains west to get something of iron wort, which would make it realistically the highest possible chance of this working without messing Tavrick up any further.
I mean, that is near where we need to go.
Nuh-uh. You need to go east.
That is the issue, is that it's going to be in the almost opposite direction of where we need to go for the
Hey guys, how much do we want
objective.
to split the party for 2 days?
Don't.
Not
What?
one bit.
Don't? Okay.
Not a single fucking minute of it.
Why would we split?
Why would we split the party at the place that almost killed all of us twice?
Fair enough.
I can't even leave my bubble for the evening.
Bubba boy.
Days to spare?
What was that, Honor?
We have the days to spare.
We do.
Then I think that's our plan. Once Mindu comes back with the flowers that we have, I will do research on as well as I can as we travel. I'll make sure to stay at the back of the pack.
Regardless of any objections, in order of importance, you are least expendable.
This is a
All right.
fact.
Then we'll travel west, get the iron wort that you need, and then continue on our way east. I don't like that we're having to take that big of a detour, but with Tavrick out of commission, it may be best that we do. And given that we now have 4 extra days, we have the time.
Exactly.
It is important to think that he is not just asleep.
I agree. He was forcibly put into this state.
Look at it from the perspective of he may be dying.
Which is true. We don't know the full effects of this flower, and as far as I'm aware, I have not gotten any reports from Jacinth, the capital where the other victim of this flower currently is under treatment.
Vaiks,
So without
you would also note immediately upon hearing that the other victim is adjacent, then that means that they are technically in what is regarded a critical condition, despite the fact that they are still alive. Because nothing that the people have done has woken them up.
And she stands by what she said. Do not think of him as asleep. Think of him as dying. We will act accordingly.
Agreed. And
All right, then.
Luthien would look to Percy and Vaiks and go, is there anything else that either of you need from me at this current moment, or would it be all right if I started getting ready to retire for sleep?
Rest.
You
There's
have
nothing
given
more
me
to
all
be
that you
done.
needed.
All right. Good night, Vaiks. Good night,
Good night.
Percy.
Rest well.
Thanks. And she would kind of go into, there's not really a corner, but sort of a little bit further away from the others and roll out her bedroll, and she'll sit up and write in a very tattered looking notebook for a while before putting that away and laying back and relaxing.
Beautiful.
TikTok will just be resuming watch.
Okay.
How long is Mindu gone?
He will be gone for about, realistically, I could say a little under an hour. Because you guys are 10 minutes away and he's trying to safely acquire them.
Yeah. In the meantime, Vaiks will keep an eye out and periodically check the trinket
Mm.
and her that's against her collar.
Percy's starting on the base while
If I notice people are trying to sleep, I'm gonna start. I can dim the lights inside the place.
Percy, I'm going to need 4 D20 rolls, and you're going to add your intelligence modifier for it. As you attempt to craft... As you attempt to craft... antidote base.
four D20s and the all together as a roll.
Separate.
All separate? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And intelligence?
Add your intelligence modifier, yes.
So that's 17, 15, a natural 20. Shit. Best one, you motherfucker. You had to fall off the desk. Then a 6.
If it fell off your desk, re-roll it.
No, I rolled a different one. The 6
okay.
was the difference.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's okay. The one that rolled off rolled a 7 anyways, so it's not like it changes too much.
Okay. I think 3 bases will be sufficient. The 4th was a sour. And you recognize that it was not done correctly, so
Botched.
yeah, you botched 1 out of 4, which is pretty good out of all that.
In the middle of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah, for the fact that you're doing this on an uncommon setup, yeah, that's pretty darn good. What you... I'll look at it in a second. Bam, we're gonna take 4 Farfarella from your inventory.
Okay.
Because the infusion version of that is going to be the best base for the antidote. And the DC for getting a successful infusion done of that is a 12. And then when you go to make it into an antidote, the DC goes up, of course.
Yeah.
But realistically, you could use those 3 infusions to slow the progression of common diseases until they're cured. Because that's your base for curing disease potions.
Yeah. I have that down in my notes. I'm writing down Iron Wart right now.
Bam's gonna be an alchemist by the end of this.
He is. He literally has a whole fucking We have the Unearthed Arcana guide for Apothecary. Compendio Apothecaria. Yeah. That's one of our guiding influences on this.
Beautiful.
Yep. We got a whole setup of herbs and shit for this guy. Because he crafts healing potions and sells them. Which is why you guys are okay on healing potions. Okay. So in the time that it takes you to successfully make 3 and botch 1, I'd estimate that'd be a good 45 minutes, at which point Mindu returns. Seeming to just appear between the trees, walking towards the bubble.
Mindu appears to return.
That he has.
And he steps into the bubble and offers a bottled Solson Bloom to Percy. I believe you requested this one be in this bottle. And the blossoms seem to have no effect on the physical body at touch. At this current time, at least. But I also have a higher fortitude when it comes to such things than most people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, considering you're not woozy and or fainting, it seems that this was the correct one to bottle.
Well, there are a couple more in my bag. In case you need them. And it's saying that he also reaches in his bag and offers a second bottled Solson Bloom to Vaiks. I believe you requested a sample yourself. So perhaps it is best you keep this for your own personal records.
Thank you. And she will trade him the trinket back. The little bottle.
Give me perception. You're doing perception versus sleight of hand.
25.
Damn, you were so close. But it does seem to vanish between his fingers.
The trinket?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's unsurprised.
Yep. And he asks softly to Vaiks, "Do you remember having a family?"
Of course.
Are you telling the truth?
Technically.
Technically?
Technically. Yeah, sure.
Is it a half-truth?
It's like she remembers parents that aren't hers.
Fair.
So, like, technically.
Do you miss them?
Why would I miss them? They are alive.
Are they with you?
No.
Is that the truth?
Yeah, she would be genuinely confused. She's thinking of a family that isn't real.
Interesting. But you are away from them for so long. Do you not miss them when you are gone?
They are fine under the light of the Exalted. I have no reason to miss them.
Oops, I did.
I see. I will resume my post as watch. You have a moment of rest. And Mindu will return back outside after handing Percy 14 of the other blossoms because we rolled nat 20s on our harvesting.
Percy now has a bouquet.
He has
a variant too.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's your birthday.
And of course, if you need a hand with experimenting a little bit, I'll be outside. We can create a small fire if need be. I think the horses enjoy the company. And now you get to make either more nature checks to inspect the flowers, or you can just attempt to reach the DC to infuse antidotes if you would like to try with the 3 successful bases you have.
What's the DC? Why don't you tell me that before I make this choice?
Vaiks would do nature checks on her sample. That way he can do whatever he needs to.
And because you each have knowledge because of the reports, do with advantage. Okay. Good night, all out.
Okay. Nature is a number.
The DC
Nature-
to just be an antidote.
Nature is indeed good.
Why do you want the DC
not-
so bad?
So I know if it's worth my fucking time.
Why don't you just investigate the flower at that point?
I am currently investigating the flower for a 22 and 18 plus 4.
Beautiful.
I think also I just rolled 18 plus 4 for my nature check, so yes as well.
Beautiful.
They're just both peering over these flowers like,
How peculiar.
Interesting.
No. It indeed does have the exact amount of stamens and petals as detailed in the report. And because of being handled, it seems to have less pollen than you remember, Percy, when you are inspecting this. But it is... It's almost resemblant of a cross between honeysuckle and tulips. Not tulips, fucking...
Yeah.
Yeah, tulips. No, lilies. Brain.
tiger
Word.
lilies.
Yeah.
Yeah, lilies.
Well, there's a vibrant yellow lily that's not quite a tiger lily. It's a little different. That's what they're
Like
actually...
the shape is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but they're the same trumpet shape as a lily. But they have 2 variations of petal numbers. And the one in your bottle, Percy, is large enough to fill almost the entirety of the volume of that greater healing potion bottle, which is bigger than the other bottles that you have. Meaning, he got you a good fucking flower for you to study
Got me
for
a big
this. He got you a big one. But if you remember the ones that you got in the other clearing, they could be really big.
Yeah.
They were all kinds of sizes. But just looking at it, the petals are delicate, the stamens are fragile, and this one, in being handled, even though it was handled with care, you could possibly guess that somebody flicked the pollen off of the actual flower. Because it has less than the other ones that you have had.
Stupid question. Could I be able to see if it was freshly done? Like I could deduce that it's Mindu or that it was just a while ago?
You could just ask him.
Okay.
Especially after the
Oh.
conversation you guys had before he went out there, where it was assumed that it was the pollen.
Yeah.
Is it on both? Are both of them that way?
Yes.
That they're lacking pollen? Then I would assume it's purposeful
Yeah.
to make them safer to handle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Does the sample include the roots?
Yes. It is the entire thing.
Percy's just going to spend some time studying both of the flowers to see if he can, without like taking off parts and putting them into a possible
Concoction, yeah.
concoction in this airtight bubble.
Do you
He's gonna do what
open
he
the
can
bottle,
before
or are
they
you
get
just
the-
looking at it through the bottle?
Looking at it through the bottle. I thought about maybe stepping outside of the bubble, just on the very, like on the opposite end of where Tav, Ylvanna, and the horses and Mindu are.
Mm-hmm. Again,
But if
it's
I go
pretty
down, I go
obvious.
down.
I'm gonna say it's pretty obvious, though, that most of the pollen has been knocked off to make it safer to handle.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to do?
Well, I would only have 2 bases to work off of.
You have more Farfarella if you decide to make more, but you at least have a
Well,
starting
yeah.
point.
Yeah, I have 2 starting points that have a possibility of working. I just don't want to use a
Technically
third one in
3,
case that would
yeah.
be technically 3, but leave 1 for safety.
Mm-hmm.
So he might shuffle his set just outside of the bubble, in the opposite end of everyone else, and start working.
Okay.
Being very careful with the bottled one and making sure that he puts it back every time he takes a piece or
Vaiks
dabs a little bit of the
dabs a little bit of it.
Dabs a little bit of the pollen off. Goggles on, because yeah.
Okay. Vaiks, do you open yours? You can easily assess that yours has been given the same amount of care as the one given to Percival.
Oh, God. Don't talk to me like that, because now I want to do it.
Do it.
But would Vaiks? Not in this timeline. No. She'll put it away. Save it for her report.
You seem so disappointed.
I want to fuck with it.
You could always see if you can fuck with Percy's. Or ask Mindu if he has more. He did state he has more.
She might actually bother Percival. If he migrates to outside the bubble, so would she.
Okay. So Luthien is settling down for bed. Percy, are you going outside at this point after you have done the initial investigation of the bottle inside of the bubble?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Percy migrates outside of the bubble to the right. And Vaiks follows. And Mindu happens to be sitting not far from there, just vibing and on duty, on watch. Did you come outside to acquire a little moonlight while you were investigating?
More so to lower chance of anyone else.
And I stealth for no reason other than she just stealths.
Sure.
I just want to start a Percival.
So you left the space that was stagnant air to come into where the wind could actually blow the remainder of pollen into your face?
I'll live.
Well, I don't doubt that. I mean, I was able to bottle it with no problem.
I would rather it not be in such an enclosed space. And the way that I am, because realistically, if the pollen wafted over Tavrick and the party and then we went backwards, it would be blowing towards my back, so it would be blowing away from everybody if anything were to blow. Because of wind and things. And also the way that aerodynamics work, it would go over the bubble and I would probably be in the blind spot because I'm right behind the bubble.
Fair.
So meh.
Yeah.
Trying to second guess my decisions, Vic. So stupid.
Well, what I noted when I was investigating it myself and digging up the root is that the roots seem to intertwine when it is one bushel next to another. And they are the full bushels, but I was able to find these individual pieces to bottle for the each of you. Everything else I have is just the blossom and the stem, no root. They really like to grow in clusters, as odd as that is.
Yeah, it seems to me the way that they do, sort of almost mushroom in nature, of their roots connecting and growing in a big old bushel.
Yes,
Could also possibly be a way of attracting prey. Say you leave some of the ones that don't affect you out as a scout to then get the rest of the environment used to that flower being safe, and then having that flower surround the rest of the other flowers. That would put you into a comatose state. For what purpose? Who fucking knows, right? But he's doing this while he's working. So it's just word vomit.
Okay. Well, are you going to try to make an antidote out of the first one that you know to be dangerous, or out of the other one that you think might be the answer? Do you
One
intend...
of both, but
Okay.
probably the first one that might be the answer.
Are you intending to grind them down, or to make a tea instead? What would you like to do? There are multiple instances on how to make the solutions, as you already know.
Try a grinding method first. And I technically have 3, so I could just...
What
Why
did
not
you...
both, right?
What did you use for your, base?
Fuck. You pronounce it Farafel, right? Or
Farfarella. Farfarella.
Farfarella.
Yeah, Farfarella.
Farfarella is what I had on hand for a poison base antidote.
Interesting.
But we do have plans to move west towards the range to get something called Ironwort, which would help us make a stronger, more reliable base for a poison antidote.
How far is that from here?
About a day's travel.
In which direction?
West.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah, you're right. So the opposite direction of where we came from?
Yeah.
Hey, Vaiks, what you doing over there?
Watching.
Well,
Periodically, can I do some sleight of hand? Periodically, just like assist but not be noticed.
you would, you're gonna keep doing it. Percy will eventually have to make like an active,
Yeah. That's fine.
active perception.
See, but the thing is that Percy talks with his hands like I do, so he's probably just being handed things and not even realizing that that's Vaiks as he's working.
Yeah, and she's like adjusting the titrate periodically, just like.
Yep, that's so funny. It's she's just there, and the irony is
hilarious.
Mindu just occasionally keeps looking like between your hands that are moving, between your face and like sort of the space next to you, Percival, but mostly at you and your hands, but occasionally, Vaiks, you see him glancing deadass at you, like, but not saying anything.
I got a dog shit passive perception, so I know for a fact I don't mention anything.
Vaiks is meant to be the master of being not seen nor heard, but assisting.
Yeah. Which is why it's probably a little unnerving that Mindu is just looking deadass at you like, okay, on occasion. Just letting it happen. It's,
He writes down, Percy writes down a number and it gets corrected. He doesn't remember correcting it.
Do you have the things to grind it down, or do you need stone on stone for that?
I should have that on hand. It should be a part of the kit.
Yeah, I know you do.
And if not, I do have the cooking tools as well, because I did pack those.
All right, buddy. Roll me nature checks. Are you doing 2 or 3?
I'm doing 1 ground and then 1 soaked. Or what was the other option?
What part of the plant?
Mm-hmm.
What's the middle part of the
stem
between the petals? Now because it's a trumpet shape, isn't it? So I would just take the.
There are petals stemming off of the stem, and the stamens are also coming from the center of that. There's not really. It's not like sunflowers or anything where it has a middle to it. It is strictly the trumpets are the petals connecting to the green of the stem.
Are there any like offshoot leaves similar to dandelions or anything like that, or is it just the stem?
There's a couple of long leaves to it, yes. That's still part of the stem, technically.
Yeah. So primary pieces would be the petals and the stamen, the roots, and then the stem system.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would probably do the stem and the stamens ground, and while that's happening, I'll take the petals and put them in for a steep.
And the roots?
Keep them for a minute.
Okay.
Fair, because we only.
I want to use one of them. Yeah, I only want to use one of them for the. Well, this is for the non-comatose version.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to use at least one of them for the comatose version. So whatever one of these 2 looks better. Might give me a hint on what I could do for the comatose version of it.
Roll those nature checks.
Oh boy, it's getting late. My luck's out the window. Unnatural 20. Motherfucker.
Hey, that's good.
$17. Unnatural 20 and a 17.
Both of them appear to be holding the quality that you anticipated for an infusion turning into a potion.
Okay. Good.
Would you like to test either on Tavrick? Or would you like to see if someone else will volunteer?
Are they ready?
Vaiks just
Well,
appears
they
out of
look-
nowhere next to you.
Scared the shit out of me, making me jump, almost dropping the potion.
He will hold them if he looks like he's about to drop them.
They're holding what I they're holding color and shape of what I assumed would look like a successful brew, but I don't know if they would cure correctly right away, nor which one would be.
Well,
So,
there is only one way to know, correct?
yes. My main worry is if they're very finicky. And I worry that something could have the adverse effect of what we want.
I mean, if you're worried about an adverse effect, I'm more than willing to do a little taste test without consuming an entire thing. After all, I am but a humble traveler who is here along for the ride, and therefore, not only in my mind's eye, but in Vaiks' mind's eye, disposable.
Vaiks will take one of them from Percy, or take them both if he lets them go, and hand one to Mindu and say,
That we are.
And he will accept and stick a little finger in. And then, like, sucks it right off the tip. That's, that
yeah, because he's got fur.
That tastes pretty good. Actually.
Vaiks will try the other one.
It's harmless. At least. Immediately you can tell it is harmless. It does seem stable. Whether or not it will cure the friend, we do not know. Or what the positive effects are, we do not know. But there do not seem to be any negative ones at this point.
Does
or at
it
least
seem to make this vague grogginess go away, or no?
Ooh.
That is why Vaiks wanted to be the tester.
Yes. In fact, your mind is probably the clearest it has ever been since rehabilitation.
A lot of drugs today.
I suppose we can give him a try of both.
This one was the petals and that was the stem, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least the both of you don't seem to be suffering from any negative effects immediately. Which means that the flower is probably good.
Didn't say that was our observation. Neither of us are unconscious or harmed. At a bare minimum. Just
I think Vaiks knows how to report this. Actually.
Has Vaiks been quiet since they sipped?
Yeah.
Vaiks has not said anything.
Percy is just staring at them.
But they are perfectly fine. Visually, physically.
Visually, yeah. What he can see is what he's doing. He's looking for any moment of like droopiness or possible falling or just
She
legs
seems
giving out.
more awake.
Vaiks,
Yes.
positive or negative?
I think intended effect.
Okay. We'll try the petal one first, and then when we wake in the morning, we can try the stamen one. To give it time to seep in.
Maybe we should give it a night to see if there's any limited effects.
Do you mean
Okay.
residual after the fact? Like not immediate, but in case there are negative ones between now and tomorrow?
What's the word?
I mean, a safety time is a good option as well in this case, where we're making sure that there are no immediate repercussions over the next 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Emery has referred to it once as a crash.
Ah, yes. I am familiar with this. Well then.
Okay, then. We'll keep these ones on hand. And I'll just have to keep an eye on the both of you. The two motherfuckers that can just disappear off the face of the earth in this party.
We won't go anywhere. But you should get some rest while you can, Percival. It is a long day tomorrow, especially if we are to harvest something a day away.
Alright. Then he'll shuffle the alchemist supplies back into the bubble.
Most of the pack would have been like packed up in mid-process. Like he's like sitting there looking around like there's pieces that have already been put away that he did not put away.
Maybe I am tired tonight.
Or perhaps you
You
had a
did well.
helping hand you were unaware of. But it is rest time.
You did very well, Percival.
We'll see.
And I will keep an eye on them all evening.
Thank you, TikTok.
Report any
That was much
disturbances,
appreciated.
TikTok.
Of course.
All right.
Right.
Percival's gonna go back in the bubble and rest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sleepy night time. It's getting close to that in real life, too.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why this is going to be a close to good stopping point after we make sure everybody's situated. And Luthien, we will start next session with that. Because that's going to take a minute.
Yeah, let me know if you want me early or not. We can do a session 15.5.
All right. We settle in with the camp going to rest with Mindu still on watch. Vaiks, do you stay on watch with Mindu now that you are no longer groggy?
He was never planning to sleep.
I figured. Then Vaiks and Mindu have opportunity for conversation next time on Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart.
Hit the outro music.
Huzzah!
Thanks for
Thank you for
watching.
Will our friends make it through the night? Does the yellow powder do anything?
Is there
Oh.
a beast lurking in the darkness?
Will Goku ever find that 7th Dragon Ball?
Find out next time on Anathema Rising, Crescent Heart, episode 16. Oh man. Well, we were down half the table, but that's okay. It worked out. It gave plenty of time for this stuff that they tend to not be so involved in anyways. So
It
Yeah.
felt so weird not having the jokesters.
I know,
Mhm.
but you got to actually look into a culture outside of your own. And have
and we actually
whole
got-
ass. You had a tea ceremony, guys.
Yeah, and we
That was fun to
actually got
watch.
to ask questions about TikTok without
Well-
getting interrupted by Tavrick trying to explain if you sit on an egg with your behind receptacles.
Oh my god. Oh. Anyway.
Yeah, but if we didn't have Tavrick, we'd be we'll be doomed. We're gonna do it without Tavrick and Ylvanna later. They're gonna just be nothing but trauma.
Oh my god. But the 2 players needed today, so and Tavrick will also be. You won't know until the end of next episode whether or not your cure actually works.
Yup.
Yep. Any questions, comments, or concerns from my players following this episode?
Nope. I gotta figure out. I have to now figure out the soul business.
Yeah. Does TikTok have a soul?
I already have answers for it, but I can't just say it.
Well, yeah, you can't just tell it.
Yeah. I would like to
I'm a-
ask one question,
Mhm.
I'm a plant.
just so that I can be mentally prepared and not do anything stupid. Is the riddle going to apply sometime within the next episode count for how long this quest is going to take?
Probably not the next one because of having to go back by a day to
Yes,
find the
I
cure.
assumed.
But
Mhm.
probably the one after that.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Just wanted to be mentally prepared / have a little bit of a plan.
It's nice to always have a plan.
I gotta go back and get Ylvanna's riddle.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was a dum
Ylvanna
dum.
has a riddle?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's
Yeah,
in,
don't worry about it.
It's in the stuff that you can't watch. And it's really fucking funny because she was like, "What the fuck, man?" Anyways, traumatize your players more. It's really fun that way. Just do it individually.
Oh yeah.
Or all together.
How
but
weird,
like individually together.
How weird was it to feel joy, Vaiks?
That requires me feeling joy as a player.
You just have to look at Copper and Lefty and you feel joy, right?
Not when I'm rolling wisdom saves.
Fair.
Yeah, we haven't. We quickly bottled that very, very deep down.
Mhm.
We haven't. We're not gonna touch that.
Luthien.
The feeling of
saved for later. We're gonna put a pin in that.
experiencing joy implies that the happiness previously has been fake.
we're not ready for that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So,
What?
Luthien had an intense conversation on grief and life.
I heard the tears in Luthien.
Yeah, this is the second time you have had me crying during a conversation about Luthien's past. Thank you.
You are so welcome. But there are some pretty legitimate life lessons in that conversation that we had that I am very proud of.
Yeah.
Did you love Vaiks' responses to Mindu's answers? Or to Mindu's questions?
Yes.
Technically, yeah. But like, she thinks she's telling the truth.
I know.
Hey, so what would have happened if I did fail the T check?
Oh, that's a good question.
What would have happened if you failed the T check?
Yeah.
Yeah, the wisdom
Yeah.
save for the effects of the tea.
I don't know, Percy.
No, fine.
Maybe- You should try it again.
That really
Make it
depends
himself.
on what your worst and best memories are.
Well, I know my worst.
Mhm.
That's been discussed.
It's so funny. For Vaiks, it's all a blank. She doesn't remember any of it. But Percy's got shit on him. That's real. That he remembers.
Yep.
Only recent.
Mm-hmm.
And the attitude you bring into that cup of tea determines the result that you get. It's all in necessity. It's a very, very serious ceremony and ritual, and you will be embracing the consequences next session.
It was drunk. We are high. I knew it.
I mean,
No, you're not.
It was so vague, T. We're gonna see colors and fucking spirit beings on a tree.
Gonna hear a mysterious voice in the woods going, "Help me."
Yeah, no, not again.
hey, don't fuck around with that. That could.
I'm gonna wake up next
That-
session as a fucking white British boy. It's gonna be the worst.
Oh no, not no.
You'll find
The
out
British
eventually.
boy.
At least going back a day technically of travel and then catching back up is just going to be quick. A couple simple survival checks and then a couple skill DCs to harvest successfully the iron wart when you find it. So we're not going to spend a whole lot of time focused on the traveling to and from.
Mhm.
More so, it's just getting there, getting it, and then getting back on the road, seeing if it works.
Mm-hmm.
Hoping that it will. Because
Yep.
the guess right now is that what we have just isn't quite strong enough.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty darn good guess.
I would agree.
I make a couple of those
But hey,
every
we
so often.
essentially have coffee now.
Uh-oh.
The "I am awake, I no longer have brain fog" screams coffee in my mind.
Well, you don't know that because Vaiks was technically groggy from the pollen.
Yeah, that's why she's like, I think it worked.
Ooh,
Yeah,
fair.
I think the stem
That's
is
what-
probably the best bet to get good results out
Mhm.
of.
And it might be that the roots are the best, but the stem works just as well.
Yeah, because usually, and this is just me and my horticulture knowledge, and me at one point being very, very interested in stuff like this. Usually any sort of poisons or antitoxins are concentrated either in the stamens and the root. Those are the two most likely places where you get a higher dose of whatever chemicals or concentrates provide those effects.
It's very, very common that certain plant life will have safe roots when brewed or like cooked properly. But like the leaves themselves are like poisonous.
Like potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Potatoes are a number one example of that. Also, don't eat raw potatoes. They are still
No.
a nightshade.
Uh-huh. Tomatoes
Gonna
are
you,
technically
chat.
a nightshade, but it's okay to eat those raw.
I'm looking at you, chat. I know your sins.
Honor, will you be continuing or will you be raiding out?
No, I'm going to bed. It's been 12 hours.
I know it has.
I'm sleeping. Vaiks might not be, but I am.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop me from eating the potatoes.
You're sleepy?
I can't stop you, but God can. And it will.
Nature can.
Gods can, and they will.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
But no. Where are we going?
I was just gonna go to KO, honestly. Unless you want to find a D&D table that's open. You want to go somewhere new? You want to gamble?
Some gambling. Do some gambling. I'm a little curious of Elemental Ranger subclass showdown.
Oh?
Yeah, subclass showdown Elemental Ranger. They've been up for 2 minutes, so they just started.
Ooh, okay.
They are people with faces. But I'm intrigued.
I mean,
Excuse me,
flesh tubers are just as valid as non-flesh tubers.
It lied to me. They've been up for 2 hours, but they should still be going for a while. So they did not just start, but I am still intrigued.
Send me the link.
I would love to. However,
Because I have a different page than you. Oh, Subclass Showdown by Mystic Gamers.
Did that.
So are we in a long rest? Yuck.
Yeah.
Yuck.
You can take a long
Can we
rest.
go ahead and long rest our characters?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
All right.
Yay!
Thank
I don't know where I lost
you.
10 hit points, but I've been looking at it all day being like, how the fuck did that happen?
I'm no longer at half health.
I got spell slots back.
Woo.
I'm no longer at half health.
I am a very squishy bard. I only have 57 hit points.